Hello, good afternoon. Don't normally stream on Saturday these days, but figured today at least would be different because, hey, I'm celebrating a year of streaming. Didn't think I would actually stick with it this long. I don't know. It's kind of funny to think about. It's just like, started with just Tunic and perhaps a bit more of a scuff setup. Sadly, the first ever stream I did was lost to time because I forgot to set the thing on Twitch to save VODs and stuff, so that's why you always see me on advice. When someone says, hey, what's the advice you would give to like new streamers and stuff, I would go, yeah, make sure you have VODs, save VODs setting set on. But I digress. Anyways, yeah, like I said on Twitter, I don't have anything extravagant. It's just gonna be just marathon streaming a bunch of games that I enjoyed playing over the years, over the past year. So, already started. You might have already seen what they were, and that's what I'm going to stick with. Let me go ahead here and turn off this party music and start with game number 1, Ziggurat 2. I think a mark of a good game is just you just fall really into it and just get super into it. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I kind of played the crap out of this outside of the the 2 or 3 streams that I did it. So let's see if I want to try to kick things up here. I already did like the achievement where you complete it on the 2nd highest difficulty. There's no achievement for doing it on the highest difficulty, but let's see how far I can get with this. Yeah, see, Eris is where it's at, so I'm going to start here and see how far I can get. So if you haven't seen this before, Ziggurat 2, it's like a first-person shooter, roguelike, much more fantasy themed. So instead of guns, all your weapons are like various spells. So you start with a wand here. Eris has ability to summon skeletons. Everyone else has like their own special ability too, and your goal is kind of to just beat 5 floors, get your way to the end. Congrats on the year! Hey, thanks, Molecular Shadow Fox. Also, hello, and thanks for dropping in here. Gonna see how far I can get on master difficulty. Just have to remember my controls and be extra careful, because oh boy, first they would have a swarm of enemies. Oh man. Thing about Eris is that she summons like a bunch of extra skeletons, so at the very least they'll serve as like a bit of a distraction, draw some fire away from you. So you're free to kind of just pelt away otherwise. Okay. I'm worried about is that hopefully the skeletons will keep up with the enemies, because I know enemies are going to start hurting more as the run goes on. Quite surprised to see the notification in my taskbar. Yeah. I do apologize if that threw you, but I know I've been sticking to Monday or Wednesday, Friday, Sunday schedule, but I wanted to switch things up just for today, because as well, hey, it's kind of a deal for me. I probably should have sprinted across that. I should have done that instead of just trying to walk and dash. Ah, man, I hate throwables. I prefer the fire and forget kind of weapons, but I guess on floor 1, I guess kind of have to make do with what I got. Alright. It's at half health. Don't know if I'll survive this next room, but we'll find out. We'll find out. It's a big milestone. A lot just give up after a few months. Yeah, I bet. I imagine especially, you know, in the early days of the kind of the change in the world situation, probably a bunch of folks wanted to try this out, and, uh-oh. And yeah, definitely a lot to take into consideration, right? You gotta play the game, you gotta chat, you gotta, you know, pay attention to the folks in the chat room saying stuff. Definitely a lot more than what people might think, right? Ah, man. Alright, I think I probably have to shake off a little rust there. Whew. It's okay. It's okay. Luckily, we were on the first floor, so didn't lose too much. But yeah. Do it myself if I had the time. I think that's what it boils down to, right? You gotta put in so it's a lot of work and a lot of... It's pretty taxing. It can be taxing, especially if you go for a long time, right? I feel like even me doing like 5-6 hours, I'm already feeling like pretty exhausted by the end. But man, seeing these other people doing 12-hour, multiple days, subathons, marathons, oh man, just how do they do it? You got way more fortitude than I do. I'll say that. And then over time, you know, as you keep streaming, the challenge then becomes, well, how do you keep the momentum going? It's like, right, you know, you play all the stuff you like, and then right, you start having to search a little more for things that you might want to do, to just you know, keep it going, keep things fresh, make sure you're not just stagnating after a point. Another 6 days now. I've been following for a year. Ha, yeah. Oh man, you're like one of the earliest followers I know, right? Outside of my own friend group that kind of sold I was streaming to start with, and then you kind of dropped by. I think it was like during a Forza Horizon 5 stream. Back then, I was just like filling out the festival playlist, and yeah, glad you just stuck it out for so long. I'm happy to have at least one person who enjoys my things. I don't know how some people can play the same game all the time. Gets old fast. I definitely am interested in that, right? See folks who just like play, you know, some mix of like Apex and Valorant, and I mean, clearly it's working because, you know, they keep that they're keeping it up, and you know, people I guess are interested in it. Right. Imagine things like Minecraft and Apex are, you know, being updated, also super big, so you're always going to have an audience for them, but I don't know. I know people have also said the disadvantage comes for it's that, you know, people who come for that usually come for just the game, right? Definitely read stories about people, you know, who start with like Minecraft and Apex and Valorant, and they're like, when they switch to another game, they kind of see their viewership just like drop, and I'm like, I know that's also why some advice people give is just, you know, don't just do the popular stuff, because the popular people are already doing the popular stuff, and they'll probably go watch a popular streamer and not you. Which is why, you know, I do play Forza, but most of my other stuff is focused around the indie front, the lesser known stuff. I guess I did play Genshin that one stream also, but that was only to play Genius Invocation, and you know, not the other stuff people usually play Genshin for, the story and rolling for characters and what have you. Right, I have skeletons. Why am I not using skeletons? Use skeletons to draw fire and add a little extra firepower. Yeah, these guys are pretty spongy on the highest difficulty. Thankfully, there's like no time limit to it. You just gotta kind of stick it out. I have the ammo here. Thankfully, I got like a decent first gun. At least, amusingly enough, as much as I extol the praises of the fantasy setting, all my best weapons tend to be stuff that's like more in the traditional FPS line. I think so. Yeah, just popped in and have been here ever since. And I appreciate that all the way through. Nice to have that variety. I definitely agree. I like to mix things up. I feel like I would... I mean, I do have my periods where I get, like, hyper-focused on a game. I think I already mentioned already. There's a month where I just, like, played Monster Hunter Rise just almost non-stop. I was just motivated by layered armor, but yeah, that was a credited thing. But yeah, other times I will usually try to rotate between 3 or 4 games. That also applies to streaming, right? I can't just do one thing unless I really get into it. For sure. I mean, some of those games you've played that I never heard of have been really fun to watch. Plus, you've introduced me to some great soundtracks. Ah, yeah. It's music as one of the big draws, right? If I hear like a particularly good track that I just really enjoy, I'll be a lot more interested in just checking out that game. That's for sure. Wrecking Ball, I think, might be a good one. Just start the damage run, just keep steamrolling everything in my path. But yeah. I definitely noticed, since I started streaming, I've been playing through a lot more games as well, right? It's like stuff that I probably wouldn't have checked out otherwise, except maybe on a whim, but, you know, because I'm streaming them, it's like, hey, maybe I'll play through them as well, so, we'll get some extra health here. I think, trying to think what would have been a game that I might not have checked out otherwise. Voice of Cards, right? Voice of Cards was one of my earlier games, and it's probably something I probably would have sat on for a lot longer had I not decided to just stream it. Probably some other games too. Probably Rogue Book as well. I've only played that once. And, oh, I guess the big one would be all the racing games that I've touched on, right? I think before, it was like, probably lots of Forza and Need for Speed, but definitely expanded my reach of racing games I've played. Yeah, I'd actually played some ones that I might not have otherwise, like Forza Motorsport 7, kind of the big example, right? I just did that on a whim and just, you know, it just led to me, hey, I'm just gonna go and beat this game, and I went and beat it. Still haven't 100%ed it. I don't know if I ever will, but you know, I kind of came out of it with a greater appreciation for regular-ass Forza Motorsport. I'm looking forward to checking out that new one once it hits Game Pass. So hey, some benefit right there. Enjoyed the one racing game you did that looked like an old school arcade game with the graphics. Horizon Chase, I think is the one you're talking about. Yeah, that was that one I enjoyed myself. Like, yeah, one I actually started like a couple years back, but I guess I just yeah, I dropped off of it for some reason or other. But hey, I went back to it and actually beat it 2 streams later. That was pretty rad. That one, and there was another one where you had the race and the AI got faster each lap. It's like a lot of racing games. Not kidding. Yeah, but maybe I'm trying to remember what that was, but yeah, I don't remember, but probably pretty fun. Let's go with the speed boost with Raise Undead. Oh, hey, I explored this whole floor, and I think I have enough coins to buy a perk from the shop, so let's do that. Okay, convert 10% of my maximum health to shield. Or maybe mana, I don't know about that. Not a fan of that. I'll go with shield, because, you know, regenerating shield, pretty handy. I think that's like 9 points. Can't forget red out either. Oh yeah! Maybe it was grip then? Maybe it was grip? admit, it was pretty fun. Grip, I know I've kind of had my misgivings about Grip, but in the end, I do appreciate that they went in a different direction with their futuristic high-speed racing, with their massive wheeled cars and everything. I do like the weapons. I just wish the physics weren't so wonky. That was the only thing that kind of put me off on it. A bit janky in handling and stuff, but it was good. And yeah, Redout. That was a game I thought I would abandon earlier than I did. I mean, I was kind of expecting to hit a brick wall, because, I played Wipeout before, and that was also a place where I kind of hit a brick wall, and, I probably, like, benefits to the DLC, but definitely played that a lot longer than I expected, and also had a lot more fun than I expected. I think that was largely because, greater emphasis on speed, less on combat, so, if you just screwed up, it was your fault, right? It wasn't because, like, some person hit you with a lucky rocket or anything like that. There definitely was instances where I got EMP'd and got annoyed by it, but definitely a lot less often than, say, another racing game where weapons would have more of a focus. I can appreciate Redout having more of a focus on speed. Yeah, it looks like my skeletons are just cannon fodder at this point. Very temporary cannon fodder. Thankfully, the boss is very stationary, so we can just circle strafe their butt, and eventually I'll have its number. Let's make sure I pick up some alchemy mana in the meantime so I can fire my guns. Oh, hey, look at that. Halfway point, so you get a big mana refill and just pound away with impunity. I'll be honest. I think my success in this run will be dependent on if I can get the scaling damage upgrade for the skeletons. If I get that, then I'll have a much better chance at winning. What do I get? I could have used a maximum health upgrade earlier. I don't want an experience reduction this early on. Level boost. If I want to swap out my weapon, that won't be as handy. I'll just go with the health increase. That'll persist. That'll stick around, even if I don't. My friend played a good game this morning on stream. Beacon Pines was like one of those old school choose your adventure books in game form. Plus the characters are cute floofs. Ooh, Beacon Pines, you say? All right. I'll make a note of that. I think Steam sale, summer sale is gonna happen about a month, if I remember correctly. They did put out their big old schedule earlier, so I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, I think they were. I actually was looking at Steam's tactical sale actually last night. Right, they had like a whole section dedicated to like deck building, games, and I was like, maybe I'll wish list a few of these and perhaps pick up a few too if I feel like I'm up to it. So I was trying it before, but I do want to maybe I don't know, start focusing more on tabletop, because I enjoy tabletop stuff as well. Right, something fun about board games and seeing people attempt to kind of translate them to video game form that I want to do. And I've been, whoops, that's my people. I've been on and off and playing board game, video games, or at least board game adjacent kind of stuff. I want to try to maybe put more of a focus on that in this next coming year here. Ooh, okay. Shield is doing me wonders at this moment. Oh, yeah, I had to keep my eye out for the Master Key as well. Beacon Pines is on Game Pass. Oh, is that so? Okay. Well, thanks for that heads up. I'll give that a look-see. Maybe I'll play it later. Thanks for bringing that up. Right, skeletons. Put those in the center, just have them Run interference while I just go pelt everyone with spread shots. Oh man, pretty satisfying when you connect right front and center. I think one thing I need to learn to do in this game is use all this weapons' secondary functions. What do I do? Oh, experience. Yeah, let's do that. Experience when picking up coins. That'll maybe get me a couple more levels and a couple more perks. But yeah. Another thing I like about this game, every single weapon has secondary fire like Unreal Tournament. Right, sometimes it's useful, sometimes maybe you feel like it's there for the sake of it. But it's something I like. Oh man, okay. Alright, skeletons. I need to remember those. It's a master key piece in there, but I'm gonna hold off on picking that up until I dispatch the riffraff in here. Screw it, we'll just get it now. I only have... Oh. Hey, skeletons. They do a good amount of work. I guess they're still useful for now. I just want the scaling damage upgrade. That would just put him over the top. Uh-oh, an oath. I feel like these are almost always worth picking up. It's like rarely a reason why you would want to not take them. So either I can get like a permanent 10% more damage for a random weapon, or a temporary experience debuff in exchange for a permanent mana upgrade. That being said, probably gonna feel that later when you have fewer levels and fewer perks to handle. On the other hand, it's 4 fights. I think I can take 4 fights this early on. I don't think I have any staves yet, but if I find a good staff, that's gonna come in handy. Right, you gotta invest for the future. Can't think of just short-term gains. You gotta plan for the long term as well. That's how this usually goes. Alright, so we're just fighting ice cacodemons in here. Man, lucky that most of the rooms I've been have been pretty easy to circle strafe through. Fortunately, it seems like these cacodemons are a lot more accurate than I would prefer. I think I just need to learn to juke projectiles better. Okay, there we go. Big picture situation. Yeah, exactly. It's all about weighing the risk and the rewards, and at the very least, an experience penalty is not some sort of in-game disadvantage, right? I'm not gonna become slower or have my mana usage jacked up or anything like that. Or, permanent 10% damage. It's a little bit, but it'll add up. Oh wait, that was a master key door. Where was it? Okay, here it is. Let's see what's in here. If it's like a chest, maybe I'll go pick it up. But if it's an anvil, then I'll hold off. Oh, it's a chest. Alright, what you got for me? Ooh, a perk. Consume all your main weapons and get new ones with a 10% fire rate boost. I like my weapons, but... Hey, you know what? Let's take a risk. It's early on. I can perhaps make up for this later. So what do I have? I think I made out okay. They're not my favorite weapons, but I can handle them. Oh boy. These rooms are always harrowing. Hey. If you're good at your platforming, then you're good to go. Hellish Amber. This is a good weapon right here. I think I got ones with like multiple elements as well, so I'm pretty decked out to handle a bunch of situations. And alright, there's still places to explore, so we'll wait for picking up the boss key at the moment. and explore this room over here. Oops, didn't go far enough. Here we go. Alright. There we go. Remembered skeletons this time. Let's go. I'm improving. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Good thing I only had the acid cacodemons to handle here. Alright, what do I have? 20 mana of any type picking up coins, 20% chance. Or I could just further increase my experience gain when I pick up coins. We'll do that. Because it's kinda nuts. If you get the perk level high enough, you're just gaining like a buttload of EXP for each coin you pick up. I only hope is that I get perks that kinda either increase coin drops or increase the chances that a coin will count for double, because at that point my levels will get even higher. Can we get much higher? So high. Oh, oops. The key's on top. I was so busy singing I forgot to look where I was going. Don't walk distracted, kids. Alright, we're ready to take on the second boss. Just make sure, yeah, I think I've got every room here. You know one thing I missed that was in Ziggurat that it doesn't look like it had in this game? In Ziggurat 1, there used to be like hidden rooms you could try to uncover if you like attacked random walls. As far as I can tell, that's not in Ziggurat 2. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of bummed, because that was kind of fun, right? It's like just looking for stuff. It would give you a reason to kind of just errantly fire your weapon at everything. Maybe they thought it was like a bit too unfair, just like, you know, just make everything obvious, who knows. Okay, that golem's gears are becoming a pain in the keister. I need to run over to the potions. I think I wasn't fast enough. Okay. I'm really glad I'm in open arenas for now. Okay, so if they do the gears stream attack, I just gotta juke them. Just change course, because seems like they've accounted for people potentially moving from side to side. At the very least, the boss isn't like one of those types where, they're not one of the types that like gets shielded after a certain point and you gotta take out the minions that are powering the shield before you get back to them. Ah, man. This is what happens when I take my eye off the boss. I get blindsided by an attack. Ah, well. Hey, we got farther. That was floor 2. I was on floor 1 before. So you can see a degree of improvement there. Been there, done that, and ended up walking the lamppost. I think I did that once in college. I wonder if they were like setting up for that too, because I remember the guy just like walking up to the side and starting to chat with me. I think they were trying to time it so that I would get distracted and I would walk into a lamppost. And well, I did walk into a lamppost, so I hope they got a good laugh out of that. Yeah, it's a long time ago, so I'm kind of over it, but it's just an amusing memory these days, right? Always the same with game bosses, can't fight on their own and have to have backup, right? It's kind of the best way to kind of throw someone off, is just to give them more things to have to focus on. A lot more projectiles to focus on, a lot more enemies to keep their eye on. I've been noticing that. Alright, we'll try another run here. On Archmage. See how this goes. I had decent weapons too, so it's like part of the reason I was able to get as far as I did, I think. Alright. Let's see what I got for this run here. A Magnus rifle. Ah, this is a weapon I had last run. Alright. Let's see how I fare with the carbine. The fantasy carbine. Ooh, gotta remember skeletons. Wow, this thing eats up a lot of mana per shot. It's like 8 alchemy mana. Oh, don't want to be near those shield-bearing orcs, because their charge kind of hurts. Ow. Definitely reminds me a lot of old school FPSs, right? Where the predominant strategy was just, you know, keep backing up. Make sure they don't reach you, because the place where they hurt most is their melee attacks, and right, because if you keep them at range, then all you have to do is worry about projectile attacks. Like those bosses on Next Machina with the projectiles flying all over. Well, at least in that case, it's kind of a housemark trademark. A lot of their bosses tend to have those sorts of bullet hell segments, so kind of come in knowing what you're getting in for. All right, you play Super Stardust, Resogun, even something like, say, Outlands. You just gotta expect the bullet hell to come in there. On the note of Outland, it's kind of like one game I want to play, because I played that like a really long time ago, back when it was on Xbox. I remember it being pretty cool and unique for concept. All right, it's like, you know, Ikaruga's kind of dual color switching mechanic. They went and applied that to kind of an action platformer, and they did a pretty good job of it. I would at least give that a go. It's like a shorter game too, as befitting of a game that was initially released on Xbox Live Arcade. Ugh, I shouldn't get close to those ice golems. They have their AoE attack. I know that. I don't know why I went close to them. Yeah, that's something I plan on playing down the line. I don't know if I should just like put up a list for that, just like a list of games I've played. I plan on playing ones that I've beaten. Might come in handy for later if I need to come back to it in a reference. Oh, hey, what do I want to play next? All right, what haven't I played? What do I want to play? And what have I beaten already? I would love a remake to Primal that was on PS2. Such an underrated game. Ah! I imagine there are a ton of PS2 games that would be... I would love if they went and gave it like an HD makeover. I would settle for something just like Ratchet and Clank HD, right? If they brought that to PC. Maybe that in the future trilogy. Oh, like I think before future trilogy on PC, they would have to like do maybe a PS5 remaster or something like that. It's been long enough, right? It's been a whole... I want to say it's been more than a decade since the last future games. Was it Crack in Time? Maybe throw in Nexus and all their other side games as well while they're at it. Ratchet and Clank Legacy. Yeah, I should do that. Ratchet and Clank Legacy Collection. I think they got enough games in the series they could pull one off for that series. Ah, I would love it so much. I adore Ratchet and Clank. Alright, we'll go get the staff. You know what? This ain't bad. We'll see how this goes. So many Mega Drive games, too, that need to be remade on current-gen consoles and PC. Yeah, it's just a matter of... is the interest out there? Or, you know, I guess worst comes to worst, get in touch with, like, WayForward and .emu and get them to, like, make a sequel. Okay, I'm kind of digging this staff, actually. They did it with Streets of Rage 4. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. We'll actually do Challenger, because I could use a health restore. When I start a floor boss fight, that's what they call them, apparently. Guardian. Those floor bosses are called Guardians. Interesting name for them. Yeah, Streets of Rage 4 is definitely one of those games that... Oh, whoops. I don't know why I did that. I should have just kept going. A chest. We'll wait and see if there's a shop here. A shop with perks I can pick up. If there's not, then I'll go for the chest. Uh-oh, it's the charging ones. Okay, this is gonna get tricky real quick. But yeah, Streets of Rage 4, great update, right? They even, like, continued the story and everything. And threw in a couple of cool characters with interesting playstyles, and, you know, even like, through the retro fans nod with the retro characters and the kind of the retro secret areas and what have you. And to top it all off, they gave it a whole-ass expansion that gave it even more replayability. Like, I remember kind of playing the heck out of the Mr. X Nightmare survival mode quite a few times, right? Not just because it was fun, but also because it unlocked alternate special moves for the characters. I think I got like all of Shiva's alternate specials. Oh, and the return of Adam, right? He was only playable in Streets of Rage 1, and then he just got sidelined for 2 and 3, and didn't take until 4 where he came back and became his own distinct character. That was, like, pretty rad. I think before Mr. X Nightmare, Adam was actually, like, my main, because he was just felt the best to play. I don't know, I like being able to dash, I liked his forward punch. Everything just had the right amount of punch to it. I should have kept strafing. This run might be a wash. I should really learn to dash more often too. Also, just run. Know when I need to run. I got hung up for like a nanosecond. That was just enough for the boss to catch up to me and smack me with his dual axes. That's how it goes sometimes. Even the unofficial Streets of Rage remake is a blast to play with all 3 games in one. I remember playing that a long time ago, and yeah, I was kind of wowed with yeah, how much care they put into it. Yeah, I remember like the route select. You could do kind of added story segments for 1 and 2 to give context with all the stuff. Also, like seeing the Streets of 1 stages remade and kind of the Streets of Rage 2 style was kind of a treat. Nice touch with the updated songs too. Yeah, I remember listening to the remade Streets of Rage 1 boss theme a lot, because I kind of like how they made it all more intense sounding and stuff. And the final boss music too, Streets of 1 Rage final boss theme they remade, made it sound all the more sinister. But yeah, the boss theme is so iconic. Yes, indeed. Both 1 and 2 and 3 as well, right? They all had their cool touch to them, and I think I particularly like right the context. I don't know, the way the Streets of Rage 1 stage 1 boss kind of opened, right? It's like in vanilla Streets of Rage 1, they kind of just walked out on the screen. Streets of Rage remake, they just give it a bit more menace. You see the boomerang fly out and all the windows break, and just like, oh snap! It's a little preamble to the fight that I thought, you know, it's a little thing, but it's a nice touch. Gives it, I guess it brings it up kind of Streets of Rage 2 kind of a style and everything. Yeah, you hear that, you know things just got real, right? Just hear that siren. It's a siren-like sound. It's like, oh snap. Oh snap. It's about to go down. Yeah, Streets of Rage, we're about to get down. Get down. 100 kills on the board right now. Just got to Pine Pot. I've always wondered about Pine Pot. Why do they call it Pine Pot? And what kind of establishment is it? Is it like a restaurant? Is it a plant store? Is it a pottery store? We may never know. Souther was always my fave boss in that game. I think my favorite part of Streets of Rage 1 is like when you're playing the 2-player game, right? And you're at the end, you manage to fight your way through all the way to stage 8, and then Mr. X hits you with the question, do you want to join me? Alright, and the fun part there is like, you know, if you and your co-op partner say the same thing, then it's not too much to it. Right, you say no, you fight him as usual, you say yes, then he just drops you in a pit. You have to do stage 7 and 8 all over again. But if you, like, both answer differently, then you would have to duke it out. Yep, my mom and me would do that and battle it out. Yeah! We have to fight against each other. The person who said sudden change of heart. And the fun part about that was, right, the person who would join Mr. X, right, you kick his butt, and then you beat the game. You get the alternate ending where your character's just like sitting on the seat. It's like, you are now the boss. You are great. It's like the bad ending. The kind of ending that you have to actually put out some effort to actually reach, right? The good ending, by comparison, pretty easy to get. Just beat the game, be a hero, you'll get there. But if you want to get the bad ending, you gotta get there in co-op, and then you gotta answer differently, and you gotta be the winner when you say you're gonna join Mr. X. They had something similar in Golden Axe 2 with a duel mode. Yeah, I remember Streets of Rage 2 having that versus mode, which they actually, amusingly enough, brought back for... They brought the versus mode for subsequent games too, but yeah. Kind of funny doing PvP with the combat system they had. Keep forgetting my skellies. I gotta bring them out first thing, cause it means I can have maximum uptime and have maximum skeletonosity. Oh man, Golden Axe. I feel like that's gotta be in the works, right? They gotta have that. If not in the works, at least concept, or at the very least someone expressing a desire to do Golden Axe sequel, remake, whatever. I feel like there's routes you can take with that you could maybe use to differentiate from, you know, yeah, I feel like this run might be a wash as well. These carrots aren't giving me any experience. Oh, I see. Shepherd. Okay, you're the one who's been summoning those carrots. Alright, I gotta take you out. Not that that was gonna happen. Alright, maybe Archmage is too much for me. It's not like there's an achievement. I already said this. Yeah, there's no achievement for beating it on the hardest difficulty. The achievement is on the second hardest difficulty. I already did that. We'll dial it back and see how we do here. One of the most fun beat-em-ups, yeah. Especially fun when you get on those mounts and you shoot the fireballs or do the tail whip. Or, yeah, or, you know, combo the enemies. Do 1 or 2 slashes and you start beating them with, like, the pommel of your weapon and then maybe knee them in the face. Definitely had my moments of enjoyment with that game. Sacrificial Dagger. My favorite weapon in this one. Those dragons were so fun running through with the fire. Yeah. Again, pop the Skelly-mans. Okay, one of you mofos is a shepherd. Ah, found you. I need to take you out. Also, make sure I pick up all the stuff. Okay. Yep, 3 enemies left. We'll take care of those right quick. There we go. Rough going, though, not letting you complete it on easy mode. It's one of the things I hated about video games, the ones that don't let you see the complete thing if you play on a lower difficulty. I guess I can kind of see the point, want to give an incentive for you to step it up, but I think these days you kind of see a push towards the opposite direction of trying to make games accessible for everyone. At least accessible to more people, right? You see things like the adaptive controllers that Microsoft put out, or some games having like an assist mode where you can go and putz with the settings and do them to your liking, or even just like a general mercy mode that's like, yeah, we'll give you an increasing amount of defense for every run you fall down on, and eventually you'll get to the end. I promise you. Oh man, do I want a permanent experience boost or a permanent damage and fire rate boost? This one will probably lead to a handful more perks throughout the run, but 10% damage and fire rate, not into steez that. We'll go with experience. It's early enough on that I will get a ton of benefit out of it, so we'll pick that up, and maybe we'll get the other one later. Like, Doom's easiest is don't hurt me. Yeah, that was kind of the thing back in the day, where it's like, oh man, what are you, a whip? Don't play on the easiest difficulty. Come on, surely you're more tough than that. And at least appreciate they're at least trying to move away from the mockery aspect. Yeah, again, there are some people who might have a legitimate reason to want to play on easier difficulty, right? Either they don't have the time or just physically not able to. That's totally fine. Right? If a game wishes to accommodate them, then that's their right, and they should be allowed to do that. I think that's why if you'll see like some difficulties now, they change it. They call it maybe like story mode or story difficulty or rookie or something, right? Something that's like less condescending. Which, hey, you know what? That's cool, right? That's fine. I'm cool with that. I keep forgetting all my skelly mans here. Keep on forgetting that. If you're going for achievements or something, yeah, right. Leave the stuff like that for the optional stuff like achievements, right? Like, sure, if you want to, say, just have an achievement for completing the game on hardest difficulty, that's fine too, right? It's just like a purely cosmetic thing that's not going to affect you in any way, so, you know. Someone doesn't get it, that's fine. Other people want to get it and flaunt it or something like that. That's cool. They've earned that much. But, you know, I see some games that kind of even push on that, right? They'll, like, just have it so that, you know, all the achievements in the game you can get regardless of difficulty, which is fine, too. Because, hey, well, in the end, it's their game, and they can choose how much they want to try to accommodate everyone. Yeah, like if I'm testing cars on Forza, I'll put it on tourist difficulty. Yeah, that makes sense. Do I want to go with Mana Shield? That actually help. 20% of damage received is taken from mana first. I feel like this might become a problem during boss fights, but during the regular fights, this would be a godsend. I think I will at least take level 1 of the perk. I feel like it can handle losing 20% of my mana by getting smacked by enemy attacks. But yeah, easy difficulties also work pretty well if you want to like test out different builds and tunes and what have you. Or, you know, you just want to feel like a goddamn superhero. That's actually from Shadow Warrior 2. That was like their description for the easiest difficulty. Right? It's like, for anyone who wants to You know, for anyone who needs assistance or anyone who just wants to feel like a goddamn superhero, right? Sometimes you just want a bit of catharsis. Just dial it back and feel like an absolute god while you're destroying everything en masse. I can dig that. I've done that myself too. Like I remember a game that I played on my own time, Invisible Ink, actually has like a custom difficulty setting where you know, you can adjust a lot of parameters about the game. You know, you can. The game on this default setting is pretty tough, but you know, if you scale it back in a lot of aspects, then that has its own variety of fun. You just feel like absolute walking machine of domination while you're just, you know, completing every map with the highest rankings and everything. Oh no. Wait, is it the blue version or the red version? I think it's the blue one. Okay. Thankfully they're on a raised platform. I think this makes attacks a little bit easier to deal with. Oh nope, they're the teleporting mofos, alright. I'll just focus fire on the main boss here. Let my skeletons take care of everyone else. Alright, halfway point, I think. Yep, a bunch of stuff should be popping out. Hey, wait, where's all this stuff? Did that actually pop out earlier and I was not paying attention? Oh, thanks for teleporting near me. Not that it did much good because you teleported like almost immediately afterwards. Ah, my kingdom for an alchemy weapon. Whew. Was hell when I tried Doom Eternal's Nightmare hardest mode. Ah, man. I mean, yeah, Doom Eternal was kind of already crazy on its normal difficulty setting, I imagine. Having to juggle everything while every enemy is able to bring you within death's door. It's probably, yeah, that's got to be very, very harrowing. Alright, do I want to get 20 mana of every type when I pick up coins, or... I don't want to increase mana shield, because, you know, I do use my spell weapons a lot. Maybe I'll just go for this, because... Or no. This one does come with +3 health. This one comes with +4 alchemy mana. We'll go with the coined one. Because I don't use wands, and I'm probably gonna swap out these weapons later, so... that will only be a temporary benefit. Yeah, just throw you in the deep end and like, here you go, enjoy. I do feel like maybe the ones with the highest difficulty settings, maybe... At least assume that you're kind of there playing it again if you just want a bigger challenge. I can only imagine what Ultra Nightmares is like, right? It's like the hardest difficulty, but you also only get 1 life. So if you mess up, haha, so sad, too bad. Definitely props to anyone who pulls that stuff off, right? Right, not just Doom Eternal, but something like, say, Ori and the Blind Forest as well. Like, man, I was watching someone play 1 life mode on that and like, oh man, right? Given how easy it is to kind of die in that game already, and now you add in stipulation, hey, don't die at all, because if you do, well, you're done. That's just crazy, I tell you. I can't believe I juggled that one enemy. It's just like, haha. Didn't stand a chance. Yeah, you need to know the game well to do something like that. It's like something you just gotta kind of memorize all the hard sections and remember the motions, and once the time comes to execute, just gotta be able to execute it. Okay, I'm hearing a master key piece somewhere where oh, there you are. Alright, time to get the heck out of here, because I don't want to pick up the seal just yet. It's even better when they kind of let you know just how badly you messed up. Like, I remember, Ori's one life mode. You know, if you die, you get, like, the special game over screen that just says, you died. Right? Very simple, but it kind of gets right to the point. It's just like, yep, yeah, screwed up. That's it, you're done. It's over. Try again. On the opposite side of that, I kind of like the simplicity of, the victory messages the Souls games gives you, right? Like Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, where they just go some simple like victory achieved or enemy felled. It's like the super primal feeling. Ah, there we go. There's our scaling upgrade. So as long as my skeletons stay alive, as long my skeleton's power will keep going up as I keep summoning more skeletons. Can imagine how rough some SNK games would be with just one life, no continues, especially King of Fighters. I mean, that's already a thing, right? You see a lot of those, they call them one credit runs, right? Where it's like, yeah, you just got to get through with that coin you put in, get through the whole thing. And if you don't, well, that's all, folks. Yeah, 1cc runs. They're kind of a thing, right? You see them, yeah, especially for fighting games, but it's like a bunch of arcade games kind of have that too. Whether it be like Double Dragon, TMNT, Simpsons. Any game conceivably has a fixed number of stages and the final boss at the end, and otherwise has some sort of continue-based mechanic in it. You could make a 1cc run out of. Okay, you must be on the ground there. Yeah, I saw the skeletons walking down the stairs. I was like, oh, the final enemy must be in the pits below. And there they were. Metal Slug would be good for that. Yeah, Metal Slug would be one of those as well. Where you could do like a 1cc run. A lot of shmups too, right? Like Ikaruga, that I think I mentioned earlier, and yeah, Ikaruga, Gradius, Raiden, Thunder Force, things like that. R-Type, I forgot. Can't forget R-Type. Alright, I think they did say experience gain would be one of those things that got affected by difficulty. Definitely feeling it, right? Like, usually early on, if you play on the easier difficulties, you usually get, like, enough experience to gain a level every room, but now it's like, oh man, not even that. Basic damage. Conditional damage boost. Thankfully, the disadvantage is temporary. I'll probably go with that, because I don't want to take more damage, because, you know, they already deal a ton of damage. Even if I do get more health from potions, I feel like that just one offsets the other. I'll go with this one, because the disadvantage is temporary. And I think I can handle 25% penalty. I hope. We'll see if that comes back to bite me in the ass. Haha. R-Type, R-Type is the definition of bullet hell. Haha. That much is certain. Oh, wow. Master key completed. Maybe I should swing on back. Open that door, see what's in there. I said I don't have any weapons I'm particularly fond of, so I just might hold off anyway if there's an anvil. Ah, no, it's a chest. Alright. Open a chest and see what's inside. What you got from me? An amulet. And it's a defensive one. Cool. That actually comes in handy. 17%. I'll take it, you know? That's probably like 1 or 2 more hits I can take. Oh, jeez. Ah, the magic shards. Okay, so yeah, this strategy for magic shards is just run with your full head off through the room, pick stuff up. Don't worry about enemies, because they're going to infinitely respawn until you get all the shards. But yeah, just make laps. Just do laps. That's what this boils down to. Treat your room like a racetrack. And then once you finally have all the shards, go and seek and destroy. Kill every last one of them. There we go. I probably should have put out some skeletons in the meantime. At least run interference, if nothing else. I wonder if I should get like a health restoration perk too. I wonder if I picked up vampirism in that other run. Maybe things might have turned out different. You know, even if it's like a very minuscule chance for a tiny health restoration, that's still health restoration. Yeah, we'll definitely get experience for picking up coins. This is only floor 2. Maybe we'll get a good amount of mileage out of that perk. Alright, did I... Oh yeah, I did explore every room. Okay. So we'll go touch the fountain, we'll go ahead and get the key, and then we'll go fight the floor boss. Yeah, sometimes it's beneficial to save the health restoration fountain. Since it restores all your health, kind of use it as like a one-time freebie full health restore in addition to boosting your max health by a tiny bit. Might actually be better off that way, because, you know, with how much health Eris has, the maximum health gain probably wouldn't justify picking it up early. Alright, let's see who am I facing this time. The Bone Rogue. Is that the Bone Rouge? No, it's Rogue. I kid. Oh. This one's got that chaser attack. Just spikes just appear near you. As long as you keep sprinting, you're okay. I just need to make sure to keep summoning skeletons, because the more skeletons I summon, the better they get. In fact, it could reach a point where I could just run around while my skeletons go and slay everything. Just, take care of the small fry in the meantime. But I should probably contribute some DPS. Look at me, I'm being helpful. Yeah, there we go. I assume the 25% damage penalty is still on. Might as well go with mob. increase the damage scaling. I think I must have realized how quickly I can spiral out of control, because you know, the increase you get in the level kind of just drops off pretty quick, right? It's like the diminishing returns kicks in a lot harder. So I was like 6%, and the next level is only a 2% increase. But that's because if you manage to summon a ton of skeletons, you can imagine the damage boost the skeletons get kind of spirals out of control. What they're doing is just like raining in this spiral. Oh man, Storm Fury. It's slower fire rate, but it does have more DPS. Like I said, I think for the enemies I want to fight with the Frostbow, I probably want to stick with that, since that deals more damage to the airborne enemies, and you know, airborne fire enemies, kind of a threat, so I would like to stick with that. Yeah, a bit like the bonuses you get in the vampire game with the hundreds of thousands of hordes wanting to kill you. Indeed. Yeah, that's the one where, you know, you stack damage upon damage and maybe a little bit of fire rate here and there, and it's like, you know, you get the right setup, and you can survive for a while. Granted, if you're playing like the regular 30-minute mode, you probably don't need to optimize your build, but if you're doing something like Endless, stuff like that can come in handy. Okay, we've got a shepherd enemy around here somewhere. It's you! Wait, no it's not. Wait, found him. You know what I'm surprised by? They don't have a weapon. I don't have an enemy that just like summons carrots. Surprised there's like no enemy that just summons carrots. That feels like something they would include in Ziggurat for kicks. It would be pretty funny. But they don't have it. It does seem like the studio is kind of putting all their effort on getting Army of Ruin out the gate, so... Uh-oh. Maybe I should get the high ground. Maybe that'll help. Those carrots are like something out of Jack Frost, a horror film. Oh man, Jack Frost. I've only seen like scenes of it, but that's enough for me. Seems way too weird for my taste. Wow, I somehow made it through that. Oh, I definitely want to get Safe Pass Champion show up 50% less often, damage from traps reduced by 50%. Like the negative status effects decreased by 20%. Yes, please. Alright, well, let's see what I was fighting for this whole time. Can't be as hell, but entertaining. Oh, that's usually a good spot to be at, right? Mana usage lowered. Okay, that's just a useful perk. Conditional useful, but hey, no drawbacks. But yeah, that's a good spot to be at. I think, at least a friend group I was hanging out with for a time, we kind of did like Thursday night movies, and yeah, good amount of movies that were selected were those sorts of super campy 80s, 90s horror movies. Like, yeah, we watched entirety of Critters and, among other things. I forget what they were, but yeah, I just remember being thoroughly entertained with you know, how cheesy they were. OMG critters. Yeah. Man, what a path that series took. Started off as, like, you know, a decently campy horror film, and then second one, well, still okay, but perhaps not quite to the heights of the first one, and then third one, it moved places, still decent, but starting to show some cracks, and then 4 just, like, goes completely off the rails. I'm like, oh my god, where did all the camp go? Now it's trying to take itself seriously. I'm like, why? I still remember the Garbage Pail Kids film. Personally never watched it myself, but I've heard enough about it to know that I will probably not want to watch it, because I have an extremely poor gag reflex, and I feel like that kind of movie is something that would trigger my gag reflex, something fierce. Oof. We'll go with Solstice, actually. Fewer enemies, less boss health. Even if it's just 10% and 5%. It'll help out. I feel like there are certain perks in this game, if you manage to come across them, will greatly increase your chances. I already mentioned scaling damage one. There's another particular one that I'm waiting for. I think I already mentioned it, but it's like the one that gives you the damage boost and the mana and health restoration when you pick up the boss key. It's the main reason why I always wait to pick up the boss key until right when I'm ready to fight the boss, is because just in case that perk shows up, because that thing alone greatly increases chances of victory, because it's like, yeah, you just greatly shorten the amount of time you have to fight the boss and all its really punishing patterns. Not to mention the health and mana restore also comes in handy. It lets you be in more of a better shape when you're ready to take them on. Oh man, it's all weapons. That said, some of these weapons aren't too bad. Ah, Norse Cannon. Maybe I'll swap this one out, because, yeah, it does more damage. Even if it is lower fire rate. I quite enjoyed the Leprechaun films with Warwick Davis. Ah, that's the one series I did not watch with my friend group, but on the other hand, if I'm on my own, I would not actively seek out horror stuff. That's just how I am. I know there's a crowd for that stuff, but it's like, usually that's only my thing if you know, I got people I can watch it with. Alright, which one of you fools is a shepherd? Gotta take out the shepherd. I'm not shepherd, and this is my least favorite champion modifier. Well, not the least favorite. I didn't think of some that might be more annoying, like hasty. Especially when it's like with the enemy that would greatly benefit from it. Illusionist, also pretty annoying. Oh, and healer too. That tends to be pretty annoying. Arcane ain't so bad. That's just like projectiles and stuff. Oh, I see why I'm facing off against so many champions, because they're all champions. Well, when everyone's a champion, no one is. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Alright, one more enemy. Where you at? Oh, there you are. Kick. Ah, man, Illusionist. Okay, where'd you go? They're like the Mandragora boss, but 70 times worse. Every series always ends up in space. I knew things were going downhill when he had Hellraiser in space. Ha! I guess they took the phrase, "in space no one can hear you scream," to heart. You have to admit, there is some aspects of space that would probably make for a good setting, right? For one thing, you're in space, very small area, very confined area, much higher risk too, right? If damage happens, you know, the space station gets depressurized or whatever. Well, that thing falls apart. You're kind of boned. Should I get here? Maybe I'll get Fury. You know, as much as I don't want to get hit, in the rare instance I do get hit, I can at least try to capitalize on it. It's not like the other perks were that much better anyway. Or yeah, I guess one of the more infamous examples of that would be Jason X. I think that was like one movie I did watch with my friend group. But yeah, all of us just having a good old time with that. It's like Jason just, you know, becoming stronger through the use of the space station's technology. Just, yeah, absolutely nuts. I think Uber Jason's design was great. Yeah, I have to admit that was pretty fun one. Just seeing the metallic mask, you know, things have gotten serious. But I think the one part I liked the most, and one my friend also super duper enjoyed, was just the kind of the big lampshade they hung on one of the big aspects of the series, where you had like the two teenagers that were going, "We lack premarital sex," which is like, yeah. That seems to be a thing in those movies, right? Always got the scene where you got some characters just like doing the deed with each other, and then Jason comes and, you know, tears them a new one. It's like, oh boy. Very, very unsubtle message there, folks. This is the one time where having Skelly Mans works pretty well. Allows you to kind of allows them to run interference while you're here charging up the control points here. Where are the rest of them? How can you not like a kill that involves a cryogenically frozen face and smashing it on the counter? Yeah, see, I guess the other advantage would put it in the future. Can have different styles of kills that just, you know, do kind of horrific, right? Because you're definitely not going to get like a cryogenic kill on Crystal Lake. That's the only kind of thing that would be more plausible when you're on a space station. Or, you know, at least in the future. At least some sort of facility that would facilitate it. Alright, where's the last move? Oh, there you are. It was like something they do to Kenny on South Park. Yeah, back when that used to be a big running gag. Oh my god, they killed Kenny, you bastards. Maybe I'll go with impunity, actually, because I'm picking up pickups a lot. So, armor minus 20% is something that would probably be a fairly frequent buff, if not constant. Yeah, it's weird seeing the kind of the trajectory South Park took, right? Early on, it was like your usual shock humor show, where, you know, you do like the most ridiculous stuff out there, right? And then it kind of switched to more of a commentary style show where they would kind of take the topic of the day and then just lampoon it to heck and back. I was never allowed to watch the show myself because my parents were like super duper conservative. So I'd always hear it secondhand from my friends whose parents had no such qualms. They always tell me of the wild stuff they would see on South Park. Mind you, we were in middle school, so that was like 11 to 15 approximately, so yeah. Kid B kind of got my eyes open to the wider world when I entered middle school. That is for certain. Not that impressed with the current season 26 and only 6 episodes per season. Now, it is a long runner. Though, you think having your wellspring being current events would give you a lot of stuff to draw from, but who knows? Maybe they're just like starting to get tired of the show too. And to think, each episode is done in a week. Yeah, well, you got like 26 years to perfect your style. Once you got that down pat, it's just about, you know, putting things together. You know, creating whatever assets you need, and then the animation style, I think, helps too. I feel like, you know, there's definitely some work into making that work, but again, once you got it down pat. Oh man, what? This is only floor 2 or 3, right? Why am I facing off against this guy? All right. Strap in, buckle up, folks. We're in for a rough time. Probably kill these guys to potentially get more mana drops. Great, he has Dominion Shield. Alright, run around, collect the potions. I need potions. Give me potions, I need my health. Oh, 2 more. Okay. Woo! They were about to disappear. Okay. I'll take out these floating fish eyes. Ain't nothing rather than a fisheye lens, especially when it's dead. Did all my skeletons die? Dang it. Alright, we'll start from the top. Trying to jump there? Did he try to jump? Did all my skeletons die again? I think I need to stop running away. I say as I continue to backdash. Well, clearly there's an equilibrium point. I think I just need to round the corners when he's in between attacks. Even Family Guy, I don't watch anymore. These OG animated comedies aren't that funny now. I think it might be the case where we just kind of grew out of them. Because I do remember watching early seasons of Family Guy and thinking they were pretty funny, but I guess... yeah, I guess 20-ish years of the kind of same style of, oh yeah, this is like that time I did random other event to... that is a pop culture reference. It starts to grow a little thin. I think the best part... yeah, you know Family Guy's just got, like, total immunity now. Especially since, you know, they got canceled, like, several times and brought back because of a really, really strong grassroots campaign to kind of bring it back to the network. So I'm pretty sure they got it set, and it's only going to end when Seth MacFarlane decides it will end. And even then, they might just continue with a different showrunner. It's one of those things that will live a long, long time, much like The Simpsons and Law and Order SVU. Oh wow, that was 3 of 5. Hey, floor 4. I mean, granted, this is a difficulty down below, but, you know, still the second highest difficulty. And yet, I am somehow sticking it out. Yeah, the first 3 seasons were great, but after that, meh. Yeah, definitely like that. Probably because the stuff was new then. Right, things like, you know, Peter fighting giant chicken, still hilarious, but, you know, when they bring it back, and it's going to have diminishing returns. It's not going to be as funny as the first few times they bring it back. I'll stick with Hell of a Boss. I love that show on YouTube. I've heard of that a lot. I think I played Helltaker as well. If I remember correctly, that was like, I forget if that was like related to Hell of a Boss or not, but I remember playing Helltaker. I remember enjoying that. I wish I could... I can't get the perk for the boss key. I wish I could at least get a perk that, like, lets me decrease my skills cooldown time. You know, that means more skeletons more often, which means I can ramp up my skeleton's damage that much more quickly. Yeah, you think now, 6 of them out in the field, that's like 48% increase. They hit pretty hard. Especially since there's 6 of them. If I get 9 of them out on the field, it's like 72% per skeleton. And at that point, our fight's probably just about done. Guess I'll get Scholar. Even though I'm on floor 4 and probably won't see as much benefit from that perk. Feel like it'll be a lot more than mana from coins, and definitely above the staff booster, which... If I get any of those perks that, like, increase damage of an associated weapon category and decreases the others, it would be Alchemy, because I feel like Alchemy weapons are kind of the ones I seek out the most, because they have the most of my favorites. Oh boy, it's a big one. Alright, I need to get out of that corner. Oh, it's not a good place to go. Maybe I should just relocate. Get them all on the line, I can just mow them down as they come towards me. Went too far. Oh my god. That shield charger almost had my number. Almost charging starred me pretty good there. Alright, now to pick up all the stuff before it disappears. I probably lost a lot of it already, but you know, safety over stuff. Because it ain't gonna do me much good if I'm dead, right? Alright, now I want to explore every corner, because there's like a potential Master Key piece waiting. That makes me wonder, do they put more Master Key pieces in a map than there are 3? Or do they put exactly 3? I just gotta like scour every corner for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they did the former, just as like maybe a bit of an anti-frustration feature. Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's 5 of them, but you only need 3. We'll just disappear the rest if you manage to hit the required number. That being said, if they had just 3, that wouldn't be too bad either. Oops, all aerial enemies. There, I got some hits in. Finally got some hits in. Alright, what do I want to get? See, I like recovering some health. Perk that would help me in regular fights, maybe not so much in boss fights. Or I could just get this one. A random mana pool increased by capacity by 20% and lower mana uses by 10%. That's just useful, I just don't get to pick where it's from. But it'll be useful. Anyway. Or I could have skeletons explode when defeated. Which might come in handy. Right, since my skeletons usually move as a group, and if there's enough enemies there to kill one skeleton, I can at least try to get the crowd pared down, Make the other skeletons live, so I can get that damage scaling off. Yeah, I'll go with this. I'm kind of going in on skeletons. Might as well go in even harder, right? It's what she does best, after all. Yeah, I gotta watch out for those fire cacodemons, because they will explode once they're dead. So you don't want to be near them when they do that. They're like the red carrots, in that sense. Hey, there we go. Key piece acquired, so I just need one more. Good strategy, like with a shotgun. Get the group together and use the blast damage, yeah. Get them all in one spot, hit them with an AoE attack, and you really get to pare down the crowd that way. Ah, there's my health restoration. We will leave that for now. The lock sequence. Ah, this is my most hated one. It's not so bad if you manage to get the sequence on early on, but if you manage to not get it and you gotta run your head off between each point, it gets a little annoying. Thankfully, this fight is going to be very short, because I managed to get it early on. Let's go ahead and get that key fragment. Alright. They're on the other side, aren't they? Alright. Defeat the summoners. It's an all-out war, I tell ya. Absolute bedlam. Alright, did I get all the summoners here? I think I did. Our Skelly-mans are taking care of the rest. Hey, there we go. Not bad, not bad. It's kicking off in the pyramid tonight. Yeah, we got a party going down. Just make sure you don't bring a knife to the gunfight. Not that there are any guns in this world. Anyways. Twice the experience, half the damage. Oh, man. At least my experience booster perk will pay off dividends in this room. I just need to make sure to pick up all the stuff that drops. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just run around while my Skelly-mans kill everything. No, that would take longer. I like how this particular theme that's playing now is not only battle theme, but it's also the run failed theme. It's kind of funny to note. Alright, we got these hefty folks here. Chonkers. Don't think you can get away from me that easily. Alright, one more. We'll just throw out some more skeletons for good measure, because they'll be up here. There we go. How many perks do I get from this? Man, I'll like... Yeah, I guess we'll get 50% damage for 3 seconds. The best of a not-so-great bunch. Uh-oh, the greed slimes. They split up when they're dead. That said, usually if you're kind of focusing on them anyway, they'll probably be dead, also be dead in short order. Oh, that wasn't so bad. I'm sitting on... 56 total health. Alright, well, I can pick up the fountain at least, get my health back. Be in better shape for the incoming boss fight. Is there a shop? Oh, there was a shop. I don't think they sold perks, though. I think it was just, like, weapons and stuff, right? But first, we'll hit up the health fountain, get our health, get a small health increase. Let's see. Oh, I have not visited the Master Key room yet. Maybe I should do that. Before I do anything else, see what's in the Master Key room. Maybe I can make a decision from there. You have a chest. You're below 50% health to get 75% more experience from crystals. Well, I mean, it's not detrimental, at least. I'd rather not be below 50% health, but I guess in the off chance that I am, I'll see some mileage from it. Oh, yeah. Nah, I like the current one I have because it's damage reduction. Alright. Ah, hey, you. Stationary worm. Just the kind of boss I need for floor 4, actually. Only because you're infinitely more manageable than the rest of them. In the meantime, my Skelly-mans can go ahead and just pelt him from where they are. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, oh, living on a prayer. Ow. Yeah, this boss is all about the circle strafe. There we go. Another one down. Alright. When a summoned skeleton is defeated, 25% damage for 5 seconds. Or... and none of these other perks are great. I'll just get that one. Oh, he done it! We're off to the final floor on Master difficulty. As you may expect, the boss of the final floor and of the run is always fixed. And he's no joke. But we'll make our way through this floor first, see if we can perhaps build ourselves up a little stronger for the final encounter. Ah, Mjolnir. If I did not have a sacrificial dagger already, I probably would have taken you, but fortunately you must stay where you are. Flatulency, toxic enemies. I like the name they picked for it. But yeah, every enemy just drops toxic baubles upon death, so, you know. It's more than just a flatulence. It's more than just a flatulence problem. Yeah, 5 kinda really kind of amps it up with the intensity of the fights. Not common to find yourself staring down hundreds of them in a single battle. That said, this seems like a pretty good choke point to keep them at, because they're mostly down a corridor, so you can just shoot your projectiles down there and get a lot of them. Get a lot of them, or let your Skellymans take care of them for you. I can tell, it just got very real. Yeah, didn't it? Depending on my state, usually, if I'm feeling up to it, I might just go screw it and just beeline to the boss room if I can. Of course, that entails finding the boss room, so I might end up powering myself up anyway. Which, you know, it ain't bad. Alright, should bring out my Norse cannon for this one. Lots of ice-weak enemies. Whew, okay. Survived that one. Let's keep going. Ah, it's a boss key room. Still holding out for that perk. Even if I get benefits of it for just one floor, it will be more than enough. There's a demonic rabbit when you need one to deal with those carrots. Yeah, I could sure use a killer rabbit right now. Let's make sure the carrots don't carry, like, holy hand grenades with them, because that's where things start getting tricky, right? Actually, where have all the... Oh, there you are. It's a good thing the firefish eyes don't explode when they're dead. When they're killed. Oh, you're resistant to all my stuff. How dare you? Oh, there's only 2 of them left. Alright. Need to pick up XP gems. Alright. Should I get? The next time. 5 times you open a chest, you get 2 shield points. Oh, it's been useful early in the run game. Eh. None of these are particularly great, but I guess I'll take... Torture? Increased duration, status effect duration, so... Best case, I eke out a little bit more damage. Oh my god, there's a lot of cacodemons out there. Ooh, okay. Maybe I'll just shoot him from my little hidey hole over here. But I want that experience. Hopefully it didn't all disappear yet. Put some skeletons out there to pare down the crowd. Stop trying to jump over that wall. Pick up all the experience gems. Are you healing yourself? How dare you? Prolonging my fight. How dare you? Oh, wow. Picked that one up in the nick of time. I saw it shrinking right there. Ooh, a challenge room. Do I want to do it? Yeah, let's do it. Maybe if I get a weapon out of it. You know, even if I get just a perk, maybe it'll come in handy. Not to mention this room is pretty open, so plenty of places to kind of juke projectiles if I need it. Did I actually, like, air juggle that guy onto across the gap? Did I actually do that? It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Shouldn't have exploded that one up close. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's a really good thing y'all are also weak to ice. Alright, I got scratched up quite a bit, but managed to make it out. Oh. Yeah, okay. Might come in handy. Both for the ice damage reduction and a chance to freeze if someone melee attacks me. Maybe I should get Turtle. Another defense increase for a tiny damage reduction. I think I can handle that. Oh no. Destroy the obelisks. Just destroy all the obelisk, the tormentors. Especially when they put one out in the center like this, just... Maybe I should just destroy him from a distance and not up close, because... Yeah, just trying to do it up close would be... no end of agony. I can really appreciate my skeletons also focusing in on the objective if they're close to it. That said, if they handled the enemies, that wouldn't be such a bad thing either. And this one's next to a wall, so I do have a bit more cover here. I can do something like that. Hey, good minions. They went and took out the enemies for me. Might as well get Brute at this point. I'm on the final floor, so the experience hit won't be too bad. And, you know, getting a drop rate and the damage boost. That's gonna be pretty handy there, so why don't I get that? Ah, actually pretty good shape here. Good amount of barrier, full health. Uh-oh, an oath. I'm gonna avoid it, right? It's like, whatever hits I'm gonna take probably won't be worth the advantages I might potentially get. Even if it's like a temporary one, kinda close enough to the end where I might actually have to carry it into the final boss. I had to remember to use the amulet powers as well. They come in handy. Just resistant to all my stuff. Bane of my existence, you. That said, when you got an army of skeletons focusing on you, you don't last long, even if you're still resistant to them as well. Let's take the upper route for now, since I'm closer to here. Hey, I found the boss door. You know. And my looks like my enemy group happens to be a bunch of small fry. Even better. This is basically free experience. Wait, you're my allies. Alright, one more fool, where are ya? Always pay attention to where the skeletons are walking to. Alright. Wow, looks like I actually got just one more room to explore. Then we'll be able to take on the final boss. Am I even gonna get enough experience to level up? I just might not. I guess at the very least I can refill my supplies if I'm careful enough with them. Okay. Can just imagine the boss there, sat there in his room, like, come on, hurry up, I'm getting bored here, right? Just watching you just running around the entire room. It's like, hold on, I'm trying to get stronger here. Give me a moment. I'll be right with you. If you could just hold on for just a second, I will give you that battle you want. All right. Since that's every room now, I go ahead and get the boss key and take them on. Uh-oh. Well, luckily I was able to jump out before that lava pit did too much damage to me. Where do you need to go? Okay, just straight forward from here. I think it was a mistake to use my sacrificial dagger before now. Alright, we'll start with Norse Cannon. If you get spell mana, we're switching off to Curse Dagger. Ooh, an open arena. Fortunately, it's not a raised arena. That's usually the best place to fight this guy. Yeah, it's kind of like the other guy, but a lot more attacks. Also, kind of hits harder. I think he has like attacks of every element. Ow. That's what happens when you get hung up on the geometry. Luckily, not too many minions out in the field yet, so it's not unbearable just yet. About to hit the halfway point. That'll give me a health refill, much needed one. Oh my god, I am out of mana. Just need you to hit the halfway point. Yeah, there we go. Quickly grab stuff, restore myself, get ready for the second half of this battle. Alright, time to go. Y'all need to go and defeat this summoner fella already. Okay, there we go. Here it is, the home stretch. Oh, laser beam. Can't stop, just go. Wait, that thing lasts a while. Oh. What's worse than one attack with an AoE indicator attack with multiple AoE indicators? Alright, they're in the distance. Oh man, oh man. Skeletons are still up. Yeah, there we go. Woo! Hey. And you get one thing in level up, but it doesn't matter. Just gonna go ahead and wrap this up. GG. Thank you. Ah, man. Still got it. Eris still got it. Surprised she didn't get nerfed. Skeleton's kind of vital for one, drawing fire, and two, just giving you enough DPS to survive that. Just imagine if every enemy was concentrated on you. That difficulty would probably be a lot harder, but Eris, the ability to summon skeletons, makes it not too bad. Alright. I also like to sit at this victory screen because I like that victory music so much. Just listen to that chorus, man. Just makes you feel like an absolute legend for finishing a run. Especially when you do it at something like this, right? Complete on a run Ziggurat on the higher difficulty, and it's just like, yeah, you kind of deserve this music, because you just pulled off you just pulled off an incredible feat there. Bask in the glory. Just to let that victory sink in. Heh. I do enjoy a good bombastic victory theme, and this theme really delivers. Loving that shoulder armor. Yeah, I like it too. It's like, it's not ridiculous, but it's definitely cool, and it fits the style as well. It gives her necromancer vibes with the spikes and the bony appearance and what have you. Alright, and it loops from here, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. Anyways, that's about 2 hours of Ziggurat, so I think it's a good spot to move on to the next game. Can actually start it up real quick here. Yeah. Oh, I should probably change the Twitch settings as well. I'm not playing Ziggurat 2 for the XX. I think I played this once or twice before on stream. Got water, stay hydrated. Yeah, don't worry. I got water. I got a cup of water sitting near me. In fact, I should probably do that. Man, it's be one of the benefits of hitting affiliate status, right? Be able to do the channel point redeem stuff and throw on that hydrate redeem. Posture check, maybe. Those seem to be pretty popular. Anytime I go onto a Twitch streams, 9 times out of 10, they usually have hydrate, posture check reminder. At least the smaller ones. I imagine the bigger ones probably either don't do that or put that on a serious cooldown, because that's like a fairly popular meme where it's like, oh yeah, you forgot to put a cooldown on your hydration redeem, and you see like a picture of someone getting drowned in water or something like that. Anyways, 30XDX. Game still in early access, created by Battery Staple. Best way to describe it, essentially Mega Man X roguelite. They've been working on it for, I want to say, almost 2 years now. It's seen a substantial number of updates and upgrades, so I think they put one out not too long ago, actually. I think I remember you playing this one. Yeah, I played it like once or twice before. It's one I keep going back to because I kind of like the loop, because I enjoy the Mega Man games and such. Let's see. So what I'm doing here is making certain stages more likely to appear than others, and there are particular stages that have powers that I like for Nina. Gonna go ahead and go back. No runaway buses in this one. Haha, yeah. It's all about your own platforming skills, for better or worse. I'll get this. Okay. We'll start a run. So yeah, 30XX is like actually a sequel. The company Battery Staple Games, the game before that, actually predecessor, called 20XX, and pretty much followed the same vein of Mega Man X roguelite. Yeah, it's very Mega Man Turrican. I like the pixel art style. This is kind of like one of the changes they had going into 30XX, because 20XX was like more of a flash animation style, which it looked good, but boy, this looks way better and more fitting given its game of inspiration as well, right? Certainly feels like a game, has that PlayStation quality to it, right? Definitely inspired by Mega Man X and their designs, and can tell. Yeah, the pixel art, I absolutely love. It's like one of the things that I think managed to knock out of the park with 30XX, among other things, right? Like another one of the improvements they had was like in the original game, they only had like 4 environments and 2 bosses per environment. And in this one, like every single boss has their own unique kind of style and tile set, which helps. They give it a lot more personality and stuff like that. And the music too has, well, it's pretty similar to the old one, right? Still decidedly retro, with a couple modern instruments. Always a fan of 16-bit style artwork. Yeah. Especially when they do it as well. They do it as well as they do here. Definitely evokes that style without feeling off in a way. It all feels like it kind of hits that spot pretty well. Oh yeah, that's like one of the things the updates changed. If there's like a projectile off screen, they'll usually give you a note of it now. That way you're not like bamboozled by the sudden bullet just appearing from off screen to kind of smack you in the face, which is a welcome change. Let's see. I'll get 7-leaf clover. So one of the mechanics they have in this game are called repros. You can think of them as just like summonable creatures. They're like minions that kind of just do their own thing. And they're kind of nuts, right? If you get enough of them, they can burst down a boss like pretty quickly. And it was like a couple updates ago where the devs finally were like, yeah, we understand that repros are kind of busted, so we're gonna try to rework them. And I'm curious to see how exactly they're gonna do that. Hopefully they don't like affect them too badly. Right, that's always the fear, right? When they nerf a thing that's like so strong before, is that they end up nerfing it so much that they become just completely unviable. Hopefully that does not happen with repros, because I do like a repro build, so it'd be a shame if they like become unusable. But that's why they're still in early access, right? They still gotta tweak the numbers and tweak the mechanics here and there. So you know, if they do swing too far in one direction, they can always bring it back. Okay, there's only one enemy up there. Probably not going to worry about it because I have no way of attacking it easily. Oh yeah, here's the other fun part, right? It's like, in place of the capsules you might see in Mega Man X, they instead put in like these challenge rooms, where they kind of task you to clear a segment under certain conditions. I think for now it's just take as little damage as possible. Alright, I have 4-way dash, why don't you just use that more often? But yeah, if you manage to get to the end, you usually get some rewards out of it, depending on how well you do. So yeah, you see bronze, silver, gold, so... the nice part is that even if the bronze requirement is just clear the area, so even if all you do is just get to the end, you'll still be able to potentially get something. And it seems like they put all the armor rewards on bronze and silver, so even if you don't get a perfect run, you're not completely boned. I'm actually gonna get Oxjack, because I already got like that one other Oxjack part. As useless as this is, it's just like, oh yeah, you now shoot a projectile when you dash. Which, you know, compared to all the other benefits the other armor parts give, that one doesn't quite hit as hard. Right, compared to like, say, a 4-way dash, a double jump, hovering, being able to get armor randomly, or, you know, decreasing the amount of energy powers used when you fire them, or regaining health when you kill enemies in certain ways. A little projectile that comes out of your head when you dash ain't quite as cool. It probably has its uses, but other stuff kind of hits a lot harder. This is why I shouldn't drop blindly, because it might be into a pit of spikes. This game does have challenge modifiers you can do that are like optional, and one of them is, as you may expect, spikes or environmental hazards in general just do more damage, all the way up to insta-kill. So you can, if you want that authentic Mega Man experience, you can have it if you want. Yeah. This boss is fairly unique amongst the bosses in that you kind of have to chase after them. So you reach a point and they'll just like wimpily try to fend you off with their little shots, but they're like super telegraphed and easy to dodge. It's a stage that's more likely to take you out, and these tornadoes, of course, and the falling lightning. Again, I have 4-way dash. Oop. Always good to have a double jump. Yeah, especially in a game like this, you kind of want to have that, just for the amount of additional air control it gives you. Like even a 4-way dash gives you a lot more control of your air movements. Yeah, eventually you reach this point, and at the point you're just all about kicking Hoot Omega in their cloaca. So yeah, get a weapon. Oh yeah, this is one of the other changes they did. You can test your stuff on a sample enemy here and see what kind of DPS you can pull off. It's pretty cool. In any case, I remember, yeah, I'll go with Clock Zone, because I remember that boss being pain in the neck on later, if you encounter him later, so we'll take him out early. The weapon they drop is like pretty decent too, so that's a plus. Hey, it's you, the traitor. So they're pretty fun. So scrap bits you get for... That's what one of the other updates they did, right? It used to be like, recycling items would just give you like randomly energy, HP, core points, or nuts. But now they changed them all to... So now you get scrap bits, and you can encounter this mysterious traitor here. You can give your scrap bits for various things. I like core extenders because I like equipping more armor parts. But sometimes if the other augments they have are pretty good, I might get those instead. Maybe I should have saved one on the off chance a later traitor has something good. Ah, I remember this one with the cogs. Yeah, this one kind of left a pretty good impression because, you know, it's a pretty detailed environment, right? You see the clock towers in the background. Yeah, all the moving gears definitely gives you an idea what kind of stage this is. It's like an eternally... It's a contraption that's eternally in motion. Self-sustaining device. Yeah, they also added a bunch of enemies in over the updates. So I think the mace-wielding enemies are new, the spiders are new, and some of the other areas had like new enemies as well. This mini-boss, however, same as ever. Just a race to the end while it tries to chuck gears at you. Let loose the gears of war! Oh man. That thing was pogoing towards me. It's a pretty long one. But yeah, just get to the end, have it run into the spike ball, and you're good. Ah, what do I want? A flat health increase, an armor booster, or just... Nah, that's temporary. I don't like that one. I'll get mega health. It is 40 extra health. It'll let me take a couple more hits before croaking. That was like one of the other big changes they did for this game, right? It used to be... They made health and energy a lot more granular. Right, it used to be like they were in like big chunks like the old school games, but they kind of changed them to meters and multiplied them by 10. That way they could kind of do more gradual increases, right? So, like the difficulty scaling used to be like, I think it was like past stage 4, bosses would start doing like double damage to you, but now it's a lot more gradual. So like I think starting stage 5, boss might do like 25% extra damage, and then stage 6 it's 50%, and then stage 7 75%, stage 8 is where they finally do the double damage thing. So yeah, it allows them to kind of ramp up a lot more easily, which yeah, that's pretty cool. It's kind of thing where you kind of recognize maybe where your roadblocks and kind of developing extra things happen, and then you kind of set apart. You kind of start making progress towards fixing up those deficiencies. I think that's like another side effect of talking a lot, is I find myself burping a lot when I'm like talking. I think I just like inadvertently swallow a lot of air when I talk. Eventually my body's just like, yeah, we gotta get all that out, and then it lets it out the only way it knows how. So I gotta remember I got powers. We've all been there. Yeah, I can imagine. I just remember as a kid, you know, I imagine as most kids are usually, you know, thinking burps like the funniest thing ever. We would deliberately do it. I remember the one when once we figured out, hey, if you swallow a lot of air, you can do some really sick burps. I remember at one time I swallowed a bunch of air, and then I ended up not burping, and well, you'd imagine after a bit my stomach started hurting. I was like, oh no, why does my stomach hurt so much? No, I eventually get that burp coming, get that really long burp. I was like, oh wow, I feel so much better. And you know, eventually you'll put two and two together. It's like, oh, it's because I had all that air in my stomach. Fizzy drinks were perfect for that. Yeah, absolutely right. Chug a soda super fast. That's like almost guaranteed burp central right there. Bad enough when you burp and get the backwash come up. Oh yeah. You start tasting your previous meal. It's like time to pack it in. Ooh, that wasn't so bad. So yeah, resonators were a thing they added in later updates as well. Pretty much like core part amplifiers. They'll amplify all the core parts of a certain category. And they actually cause an appearance change on your character too. So you see Nina now sporting a pretty stylish white chest plate there. Looking a lot more like the super advanced fighting robot now. I keep forgetting I have a 4-way dash. Oh, that's just a vending machine. I can probably forget about it. Alright, what do we have here? Long corridor. Well, we'll see if we can get to it from the other side. And we can! Ow. What is this? Unfused powers deal 30% damage. Ah. Fusion. What fusion? I think their latest update kind of had like a serious rework to Nina's fusion skill, so I am curious to see what all the new stuff is. So that system already got like the serious rework back then, but see it get yet another rework. Man. Hey, there's a repro. Short for reprogram, if you're wondering. Looks like she could be in the AD police universe with that armor. Yeah, it's like blue and white. What should I pick up? I have 90 nuts. I could pick up a lot actually. I want to go with Counter-Strike, because I'm going to get a power later that will benefit from that. And yeah, health boost. Can't go wrong with that. We'll leave the rest alone. So yeah, this boss is actually 4-in-1. And their modus operandi is to just shoot out a ton of projectiles. As you imagine, if you face them later, they're pretty harrowing, which is why I like to take them on early. Ooh, wow, that was a lot more manageable than I thought it would be. I think having the 30% fusion damage boost kind of helped there. I think that might have helped. We'll swap those. The distant relative to Kling Clang. Heh, yeah. Or like that gear Pokemon from Pokemon. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, before you could kind of like fuse right out of the gate, but it looks like... wonder if what else I have to do to kind of get that available to me. Clang, cling, and cling, clang. Alright, well... oh wait, nope. Don't want to end the run. Ha! I almost messed myself up there. Dustria was another area that gave me big problems if I encountered it later. Let's get that out of the way. That's like part of the strategy of this game. It's just like, alright, which ones do you want to encounter early? Because, you know, the harder versions of it will give you a hard time if you get the wrong parts. All attacking and powers disabled. Gain 1 of each repro. All net power-ups. Pickups are worth 5, but taking damage costs half your nuts. Ah, man. So this is a very safe lab. What it does is give you a choice of prototype augments. Give you huge benefits, but you get a substantial drawback as a change, as you can see from something like this. It's like, oh man, you won't get to attack ever, but you get a bunch of repros, so... You might be able to pull on through anyway. And then something like this, yeah, a lot more nuts, but you're gonna lose a lot of them anytime you get hit. So, are you a bad enough hunter to take it? I think I'll go with this one. So there we go, all the repros, but now I can no longer attack. So now it's up to my little allies here to kind of pick up the slack. There is an AUG out there that allows you to kind of cancel the disadvantage you get from the prototype AUG, so that will be my one hope. If I can get my hands on that, then things might be okay. But for now... Now, you can't quite understate the advantage you gain from, say, having 1 of every repro. Yeah, normally I wouldn't, like, even consider something like that, something that gives me a substantial disadvantage, but something like this is like an exception. Something like this I could probably try to manage, at least. I guess on the upshot, it does allow me to kind of focus on dodging attacks as well. Don't have to worry about being in range, just as long as I'm close enough, I can let my repros do the damage for me. Oh, right, I can also do dash projectiles. Maybe I should do that more often. Throw in a little extra DPS for good measure. Salvaging items costs half. Yeah, why not? We'll go with that. Might make shops a bit more viable. Especially if I can, like, combo it with certain other AUGs. Which we may or may not encounter later. Now it's just a matter of just walking around and waiting for my repros to kill everything. Kill every last one of them. You're no match for my minions. Huh. Far fewer enemies than I was expecting, to be honest. Oh wait, missed out on a nut. Ah well, it's only 1 nut. I won't lose sleep over it. At least I'll try not to. This guy sure loves dashing a lot. Anyways, legs resonator. Pretty darn useful, because it boosts the effectiveness of your leg core, so now instead of just having one mid-air dash, I get two. So you imagine if I get something like the double jump leg core, I can triple jump instead, or if I get the high jump leg core, I can jump even higher. It all works out pretty well. So what is this? Powers deal more damage. Sure, and the off chance we get our ability to fire powers back, that will come in handy. That's like a symphony of destruction. It's kind of like I'm playing like 2D Vampire Survivors. Wait, I'm just walking forward and letting them mow down everything in my path. Oh, that's just acid. Ooh, armor. Maybe I should have gotten that armor boost pickup. Is there something up there? Little chest, I'll take it. Hey, 5 nuts. Alright, that was worth it. Oh man, no shop. Alright. Just 2 health vending machines. Just in case you need a lot of health restoration. And hey, you just might, so I'm not gonna knock it. That's just how RNG be sometimes. Alright, get close enough for my repros to take them out. So yeah, kind of look at all that damage they're doing to the boss. It's just absolute bedlam. Oh man. Alright, this should do it. There we go. That background looks great with the pistons and crankshaft. Yeah, it's super detailed. And it still manages to kind of maintain that pixel style. Huh? Does that mean I get like the first fusion slot unlocked? Oh! Your newly found power hums with energy. Eager to take one of your other powers to new heights. You may experiment with different fusions by picking up this power again in this room. When you leave here, your selection will be locked for this run. Oh, so that's the big change they did. Yeah, it used to be that you were just able to kind of mix and match powers as you see fit, but now you gotta commit. Okay. Interesting change. I do appreciate that they also give you a description of what they do, so you have little gear seek foes, or a mini bolt that causes attacks to seek tagged foes. I'm glad this one didn't change at least, because I know they said they changed how some of the power combos worked. Huh? Oh, right, I can't fire the powers. Well, the off chance that I get the power cleanser AUG, you'll be able to see how that works, but... Alright, I can dig that. So it isn't until, like, stage 3 that they give you the option to start fusing stuff together, huh? Yeah, this sort of virtual reality-esque area was like actually one of the first stages they had out in early access. Though I think the background is new. Actually, I think like most of the backgrounds that weren't in the base game are like pretty new. Like, I do believe the crankshaft might actually be like one of the newer ones as well. Hey, it's like FPS circle strafing. Ow. Didn't think they would be bouncing back to me. See, that background back there kind of I just feel like that you could possibly see in like a shmup or a Mega Man X game. Either one. The style kind of has that otherworldly feel to it. Definitely looks like some sort of alien planet. Or cyberspace. Sinister cyberspace area. Both work. Gotta be careful with those lasers. Ah, another very safe laboratory. Let's see. Prevent all damage while holding nuts. Nuts go flying when hit, then vanish, die when taking a hit while poor. Or full HP after levels, costs 0.1 nut per max HP. Ooh. I don't like either of these, actually. We're gonna go ahead and ignore those. Especially the one that kind of just changes your entire playstyle to make sure you have nuts on hand, because if you don't, that's when you get insta-killed. Or the next hit is just immediate death. Yeah, you can kind of see why the Repro prototype AUG is the one AUG I have an exception for consideration, because just being able to have that much firepower on hand it's pretty beneficial. I don't. Might as well take more health. Increase my survivability just a skosh. Yeah, get more energy as well. A flat stat boost, you can't. It's very hard to say no to. Oh yeah, they changed these as well. Because it used to be like you would be in one room, and you would have to fight your way there. You had to fight like 3 waves in that room. But now it's like, yeah. You'll see. You'll see in a bit how it's handled now. Yeah, now you get teleported to another room. You kind of start the whole thing over. I think they changed the way enemies spawn too. So it used to be like the whole wave spawned at once, but now they just like spawn in over time. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Also changed the requirements as well. Yeah, it used to be... Yeah, it used to be like you had to do a flawless run in order to get like the gold rating, but now you can take up to 2 hits and you still get gold. Which, you know, that's fine too. Hey, there we go, see? Only took 2 hits, so I get gold. Wow, that takes me back a potato battery, right? It's the kind of thing you learn in science class. It's like, oh man, did you know you could make a battery out of a potato? I was like, whoa, you can do that? Seeker beam. Oh yeah, that was like one of the other big updates they did. It's like, just give Nina a bunch of extra beams to use. Like, she had a few, and they were like useful, but now she gets like so many more. Because I think Ace similarly has like a wide variety of melee weapons he can pick up and use. But since we're on the repro route, might as well strengthen our repros. So troll having smiley faces on those balls, right? Definitely gives it more of that cyberspace feel, which is appropriate. Hey, look, it's that background from Mega Man X5. You remember that one? The one that had like the disco music playing as you were like reaching the end, reaching the final boss there. It was weird, but also very, very funky. But yeah, smiley faces, so fitting for a cyberspace level. I think it would only be better if they had like different faces on there. Could you imagine, like, in addition to a smiley face, they had like angry face and a frowny face, and you could probably imagine a bunch of other faces. Ah, there's a gauntlet up there. You have 2 air dashes. That stage made me wonder why Sigma didn't put a disco ball somewhere in there, right? I mean, I guess you could consider the weird rotating thing in the back a disco ball. Also, hey, Ransan32, welcome. Thanks for checking out my stream. Ooh, health restoration. Sitting here killing every last one of them. This would be very appropriate. I also remember I can shoot a projectile from my head. See, this would be like the edge case where shooting a projectile from my head, very useful. Because, you know, I got that AUG on, so I just need every source of DPS I can get. I haunt streamers that play this game. Ah! Good to see other 30XX fans out there. I feel like this is one of those games that needs more love, because, man, just the absolute care they put into this game, making it feel like Mega Man X, but roguelite. And I think they pull it off with aplomb. Right, the wall jumps feel just right, jumping feels good. The enemies have that good variety, you got the variety of stages. It's like a serious glow-up from 20XX. Was like, you know, a great game already. And they went and just made it even better with the stuff they added to it, and changed. Also, this game lets you do something that normally isn't allowed in Mega Man games. Yeah, you can completely break the movement by stacking dashes and triple jumps. Yeah. Yep. At least in, like, 20XX, right, you can only equip, like, one core part for each slot, so they did rein that in, but, yeah, in this game, it's just like, oh, hey, it's a whole point build system, so, yeah, if you want, you could, like, totally stack all the movement enhancements. So you could have, like, a triple jump and a triple dash and extended hover fly. Just put them all together, you just get some insane aerial movement. You just pretend you're like 2D Dante. Yeah, pick Ace to even get more of that feeling in there. I really hope I do get the prototype augment disadvantage nullifier. Oh, hey, I noticed my head part now shoots 3 bullets. Hey, another edge case for its usefulness. I haven't played 20XX. I discovered the developer in November. I looked at both games and chose the prettier one. Hey, you know what? Don't blame you. This game kind of blows 20XX out of the water. Again, 20XX, great game, but this game is just even greater. Do I want to trade this in? I'm gonna keep holding on to it, onto the very faint hope that I get the prototype nullifier. Oh yeah, this was one of the other updates, so yeah, this boss got a serious rework. Yeah, it used to be that Legacy just kinda chased after you, right, with its little orbital things, but now it's like a much more active boss. Granted, it's a lot more traditional as well, but you know what? I'll take that in exchange for just being a lot more fun. Because it is a lot more fun. Do I have to collect those? Okay, I guess I shouldn't collect those legacy heads. Yeah, the old boss was a lot more boring and straightforward, because you their only attack was to just bounce all over the place while their options shot bullets at you sometimes. But now they're just like a lot more active, a lot more running around. Huh. So you don't always get the option to fuse powers now. Sometimes you just gotta take them piecemeal. I also play this modded. Not surprised there are mods out there for this one. Let's see. We're on stage 4. Okay. Now let's go to Burning Temple. Get this out of the way. Because the more powerful enemies in this area tend to be pretty frightening. Bees, they return. So yeah, the martial arts robot there. New one. And of course the Star Mega Man fans will mod it to look like Mega Man. Yeah, that's true. In the absence of a proper new Mega Man game. Guess this is the next best thing. And you know, it's pretty good. Pretty good. I imagine it's not too hard to replace it either, because since it's all like sprite-based and stuff now. I really should just keep moving. Shouldn't try to fight the enemies, because... yeah. I can just, oops, avoid damage by keeping on the go. There we go. Capcom is just bundling their old games. On the other hand, they tend to do a pretty good job of it, right? They're like pretty playable in their form, and the filter doesn't look too bad. Like I'm playing Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection, and they've done a pretty good job of like providing extras and stuff, and you know, providing features that may not have been in there in the original releases. So you know, now you can get your hands on some of the extra special chips that they had to kind of patch out of the game for reasons. I guess the only thing I wish they would have done was just make that whole complete Legacy Collection, rather than doing Volume 1, Volume 2, but then again, they've been doing Volume 1, Volume 2 for their other Mega Man Legacy Collections, so it's at least consistent, I guess. Django, yeah, that's the big thing, right? I remember reading about how they had to take out the Boktai crossover stuff in like Mega Man Battle Network 5 and 6, but now they're able to put that back in. And you know, they even gave like people a kind of decent way to get access to it too, right? Just do like online net battles. I'm surprised with how much they've kind of how much thought they've put into that, right? You got like a whole ranking system and everything. Wow, Scrap Sleuth. All sources of scrap provide one more scrap. That said, I think more armor would probably be more beneficial for me, so we'll go ahead and get that. Yeah, it's kind of funny just seeing how kind of relationship Mega Man Battle Network and Boktai had. Very odd, but still very, very cool. Oh, wow, you do 4-way shots. Oh, man. I really could use that armor core that provides a barrier whenever I dash. I feel like that would really come in handy for these later levels. And in the absence of my usual projectile nullifier, that would really come in handy here. Oh, I almost missed out another nut there. I've played X4 to X6 the most because favorite art style. Yeah, I've played X4 to X5 a lot, so I agree with you there. Played X1 to X8 for Mega Man Battle Network. I played 1, 5, and 6. Ah. Could definitely... That's gotta be quite a shock there to start from Mega Man Battle Network 1. Which, you know, it's like the infancy of the franchise, and just jump to 5, and then, whoa, just like a whole 4 games worth of improvements just kind of dropped onto you all at once. Which one do I want to pick up? Maybe Core Expander for more core points. Oh, you actually played 6 first. Ah, well, that's a pretty good place to start anyways, because definitely feels like the best of the previous 5 Battle Network games. It's kind of like where they managed to kind of hone the formula to a T. Shame that was the last one in the series, but I guess that's a pretty good note to go out on, huh? But yeah, I guess you can kind of appreciate the improvements they had the other way if you play them in a different order. Actually, kind of interesting because I started Mega Man Battle Network with Battle Network 3, and then went on to 4, 5, 6. So you know, going back to Battle Network 1 was definitely interesting. Yeah, as a kid, you just play what you find regardless of the sequence. Definitely, when you don't have as much control of, you know, what games you're going to pick up. Just kind of settle with what you get, right? So, you know, if you start with Mega Man Battle Network 5, well, that's what you gotta settle with, right? And you know, as a kid, maybe not as many responsibilities, so you definitely put all your time into playing 1 or 2 games. Your defendability's reflect instead. Maybe I'll get this one. Alright, who do I want to face from here? Actually, maybe I want to take on Absolution. They're later on, so the enemies are going to be fairly annoying, but not as annoying as they would be had I taken on Dead Last or close to it. Black Wind Howls, it calls to you. Take a stupid risk. It'll be fun. I do like its moments of irreverence there. It's just like, kind of just throwing a little bit of humor. Alright, Spectres. When slain, enemies will revive after a few seconds this level. At level's end, to gain this repro prevents fall and spike damage. Are you kidding me? That does not feel like a good trade-off for having to deal with more enemies in general. Hey, another very safe lab. Let's see what's in here. All held Augs become copies of a random Aug you have. I don't know about that. You are reduced to 10 current HP for each 30 HP sacrificed, gain 10 max HP. See, this is what I'm willing to do, right? It's just like a temporary health hit, but you'll get some extra max HP out of it. 60. Now all I have to do is not get hit. Easy, right? Super easy. Yep. Definitely not hard at all. It's a real good thing I had that auto-revive on hand. That's the only reason I took that. If I didn't have that auto-revive there, I would have been like, nope. I would have noped right out of there. Sometimes, when calculating the risks, it's good to take note of what potential countermeasures or contingencies you have in there. At that point, having the extra life tank felt like it was a good spot. Felt like it was worth taking the risk there. Alright. What does this one have? So these challenge rooms, used to have, like, potentially, dang. A time requirement, so you would have to, like, complete the room in a certain amount of time, but I think because, like, the time was kind of a flat requirement, they took it out because, you know, some of these areas would be pretty hard to complete. It would be pretty hard to complete, kind of, like, in, say, 25 seconds, you know, given how long it is and how long you might have to wait for the right moment to come around. So eventually, I wonder if it's, like, permanent or not, but it seems like for now, they changed it to, okay, it's all just damage. Oh, hey, that works out. Yeah, there's wall guns that shoot a lot more often, are trickier to time. Alright, and this mini-boss. Very simple pattern, but with all the mirrors around, definitely makes it trickier to handle. Oh, like right there. I really need to stop dashing into them. Ah, there we go. I really need to be mindful of my health. Grab another orbital barrier. So now I have 2 projectile nullifiers. I don't think I picked up any more scrap bits, so... Wait! I'm not trading in little hoot. Nah. It's one of the few things keeping me alive right now. Take that offer and you stick it up where the sun don't shine. Could really use a health restoration. Maybe I should just like blow some nuts at the next health vending machine I find. But yeah, no charge attack also means I can't change the direction of the mirrors. Ah, just what I needed. So I don't know how much that extra... I don't know how long that extra health is going to last. There is an AUG out there that will restore me to full HP. Hopefully I'll be able to run into that at some point. For now, let's take this challenge. Oh, this also gives me health restoration, so... Not bad, not bad. Ooh. Only took damage once. Alright. We have here... Actually, how many core points? Okay. Still pretty low, so we'll just get more. We'll get more of them. I just need to thread the needle. Thread the needle again. Make sure I get out of those mirrors ways. Oh man, now I want to go back down. Get that purple chest. But they're hiding something good in there. I need to open up the path first. Alright, we're blue. Path opened. Yeah, that was worth it. Upgraded my repro. One of the more useful ones, nonetheless. Where is my prototype nullifier? This might be one of my like more favorite tracks in this game. Just listen to how sinister it sounds. It's like we're about to face off against a great enemy here. I think this boss is like one of the more fun ones. also like how dynamic it is. It's like the theme will actually like switch between parts depending on what point of the fight you are. It's like the guitar kicks in when you reach phase 2 of the absolution bit. Okay, you need to stop throwing those black holes around everywhere. I like this boss except for the fact that the black holes stay in the field for too long. Yeah, that's my biggest complaint with this one as well. Especially when you get like a ton of them out there and it's just like... almost feels like they're kind of setting you up to fail, right? Ramming gear costs 5 less energy, but deals 75% less damage. Ew. Wow. They give you a random choice of 2 other powers to fuse with. Can call the ultimate storm or devastate them all. And we'll go with eviscerating whirl. Again, just hope that maybe they'll give us the contract nullifier, or the prototype nullifier. This is one of my other favorite music tracks. Just listen to how upbeat it is. I don't know. It feels like it's like upbeat while still managing to maintain an air of mystery around it. Ah, big health restore. Just what I need. System restore? Yeah. That's the one. But hey, that's the risk I take, right? The off chance that I might not, encounter that AUG in this run. But you know, I've been doing just fine without it, but just imagine how much better I would be if I were able to get that. Oh, hey, there's the full health one. Are you missing an arm piece? You mean like the resonant arm? I haven't quite run into that this run. I also kind of like how they changed the sound up when it's underwater, so everything feels a lot more distant and hollowed out. Wait, big health. Oh, I can just press a button. I enjoy the stage's gimmick too, just like a combination underwater facility and gravity stage. You can switch gravities, although yeah, with the way they make these stages, gravity doesn't persist throughout the entire stage. It's only like localized to certain areas. That still works out. So give them props to that. You know, Dustria was like the 7th stage they released in early access, and it was pretty fun, but boy, they really kind of hit it out of the park with this one. I probably should rely on my repros doing all the work. The music is good, yeah. I need to remind myself to strip the mod out from time to time so I don't forget what the base game looks and sounds like. Yeah! It sounds real good. The mod changes sprites, sound effects, music, and UI, basically everything. Oh, interesting. Kind of crazy that they managed to kind of do the whole total conversion mod at this point, but I guess it's not too surprising. You kind of mod enough games, and I guess you can start spotting ways with which you can alter stuff. Also helps us the devs themselves make the games mod friendly. There we go. Ow. I don't think I should have done that, but I wanted 20 points for my health tank. Alright, what we got here? Neither of these are useful for my current build, but again, we'll build in the hopes that we get system restore. Nostalgia is the #1 thing that sells this game. How could they say no to someone doing a free X mod to them? Ain't that the truth? Wait, how does this work? Am I supposed to just dash out or... Oh wait, no. Of course. Take the ceiling, right? You can't go on the floor, go on the ceiling. Oh, there's a chest over there, though. Well, now that I'm right side up, I can just go ahead and pick that up. There we go. My health tank is filled out once again. Spin the gotcha, what do I get? Damage increased while going fast. Yeah, sure, why not? It's not detrimental. Now that you are a system restorer, phooey. Might as well get a core extender, and yeah, why not? This is extra HP, can't say no to that. Yeah, okay, that's all I can spend here, so we'll go ahead and move on. Alright, time to face off against Experiment 9. Much like the stage itself, Experiment 9 kind of utilizes gravity mechanics. So, flip up and down and all around. Oop. Ow. Yeah, I can see Experiment 9 is doing 17 damage to me. So the ramp up of boss damage has been gradual. Ow. Hey, it's like free damage right here. Ah, there we go. Hey, that worked out pretty well. Didn't lose too much health in that fight. And then we have this victory music. Let's look at listen to how joyous it is. Oh man. This definitely feels like the kind of pat on the back is like, yeah, you did it. That was a real grueling battle, but boy, you really stuck it out there. Way to go, superstar. Now we're on to the final stage. Echo Beast, Echo Cave. This is another theme I like, because it's like pretty funky, all things considered. Oh god, I hate picking the stage last. The only reason I pick it last as Nina is because I don't think the power Echo Beast gives you is, like, all that useful compared to everything else you can get as Nina. Not to mention, I feel like the stage itself is kind of a pain and a half, but Echo Beast fight itself is, like, fairly manageable even at max difficulty. Yeah, but I don't know, it's like freezing enemies, not quite as useful as, say, just destroying them outright. Ah, hello Slushy Nova, welcome. Thanks for checking me out. The colors in this game are really pretty. Yeah, they are. I think that's one of the things I like about this game, is just, man, everything is very vibrant. Like, even on this stage, you can tell they kind of use a good variety in the palette there. This is one of those stages that got, like, rework. Like, the spots with the digging used to not be part of the game, but now they are. Let's see if there's anything up here. Nope, there isn't. Go ahead and move on. You might even say too vibrant. I enabled a 30% opacity filter in settings because it helps me see enemies easier. Yeah. It's always nice when games give you the ability to kind of change the settings. Not just for those who might need it, but those just makes it better for them. Right? Something like, say, opacity settings and color changes, color blindness settings, and even something like, say, Fortnite's like sound markers are real nice for those who might not be able to play the game otherwise, right? It's always nice when they accommodate every player out there. It's quite pleasant for my eyes. Yeah, I can imagine, Ow. Oh, I see. I think you were the one lobbing things at me, huh? Ooh, good thing I had my barrier repro there to take that attack. You know, sometimes it's nice to kind of pick up one of those big game-changing prototypes, because definitely has me doing a different playstyle this run. Powerless! Powers can't be used in this level. If you succeed, be restored to full health. That might have been useful had this not been the last stage, so I'm just gonna go ahead and skip you. And that dirt segment there reminds me a lot of Ori and the Will of the Wisps, where late in the game you get like the ability to kind of just go through dirt mounds, and you're just like a drill. You're just a drill going through that whole thing. Okay, so I see how this is. Go up here. Wait, how do I do this again? Maybe I just tried to thread the needle here. Hey, that worked out. Yeah, we'll get double jump. Look at that. Triple jump. So yeah, this is the thing you were talking about earlier. You kind of just... yeah, you just get, like, tons of air control, air movement, and can kind of become an air god. I don't find it unpleasant at all, it's just a gameplay optimization for me. Yeah, hey, that's fine, right? You do what you need to do, right? Whether it makes the game more enjoyable for you. Yeah, what those additional air control I have? I'm just like, you know, multi-dashing and jumping all the way to the end of the stage here. Kind of like that scritch they have there. And you're making your way through the dirt, and you're kind of digging your way through it. These used to be, like, a lot scarier by virtue of having more health. I remember the big change they did to this was just, like, decrease the amount of health this mini-boss had, and that just made them a lot more manageable. There we go. Alright, well, might as well keep improving our repros, right? That's the path we have chosen. Probably don't need all the core points we have right now. But, hey. It was free anyway. Mini-boss is actually a big factor as to why I picked this stage early. You know what, I could see that, absolutely. Yeah, at higher levels, they just throw out so many projectiles at you, it's like, might as well take them on while they're more manageable. Still don't have anything I'm a fan of, so I'll just go ahead and beam on my way. Shoots too many projectiles late game. Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. There's practically like a ring of crystal spikes there by the end there. Totally worth 10 damage, I swear to you. Thanks because of the nuts that I usually go out of my way to try to kill every last one of them. Say, I might as well maximize the amount of currency I get. Maybe I'll let me get one or two more things at a shop, right? It's usually how I go. Ow. Does anyone else do that? They just, like, instinctively say ow whenever their character gets hurt in-game. I find myself doing that sometimes. Just, I don't know why. I think it's just, like, a reaction to it, right? Even if I don't, like, feel it, I just see it happen, I'm like, uh-oh. Maybe it's, like, some sort of sympathy pain or something like that. Not sure. I do that a lot. I don't say ow, I just swear. Well, you know what, that probably also fits, right? Because, you know, you get hurt in real life, you might have an inclination to do that. You know, it especially applies if an attack, like, looks super duper painful, like if the character gets, like, thrown across the room or something, you're just like, oh my god, that That's gotta, like, freaking hurt or something. Of course, video game characters are usually, like, made of iron, so it's not too bad, but still. Kinda just of the moment thing, you're just like, oh man. Oh man. I think we're approaching the boss here. Yep, there it is. Boss room dead ahead. I think we have three coins. Oh man, one down. Let's roll that gotcha. One AUG. Health pickups might grant armor. Might have been useful early in the run. Definitely not right at the final boss. Scrap trawler grounds 3 nuts per consecutive salvage. Also would have been useful earlier. I guess we'll just take even more health. And since this is the final stage, we'll just go ahead and restore my health. And potentially armor. Alright, got a little armor out of it too. That works. Alright, let's do it. Time to fight Echo Beast. I think this boss actually saw like a couple changes to its patterns. It used to be a lot more straightforward, but now it's got a couple more tricks up its sleeve. That said, there are some elements that are still the same, so it still throws out crystals, it still has the little projectiles that kind of bounce all over the arena and force you to pay attention to it. Wait, you're teleporting around a lot, buddy. Yeah, it used to have a point where, like, if you reduced it to a certain amount of health, it would just, like, suddenly just start teleporting and dashing across the arena, but it doesn't quite do that anymore. That said, the boss is still fairly straightforward if you can dodge its stuff. Which I admit, can be easier said than done sometimes. Well, I managed to pull off an all repros run there. So yeah, since it's an early access, you know, you could clear all 8 stages, and then yeah, run is complete from there. So, you know, good job. Hey, thanks. Give it some time. They'll put in the Wily stages, the Sigma stages, the final area. Feels like they're making work towards it at least. Killer. They're going to love this one. Business team mans. Like how it's mans and not men. Ah, they plan to add at least 2 more at minimum. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just like 20XX then, right? They had like 2 more stages after your initial 8. Alright, so let's do a run as the other character. Ace! Give you 3 guesses as to what he's inspired by, what he's based off of, and the first 2 don't count. Alright, where's it? The environment configurator. Alright, I'll pull up some new ones for him. So I like, Burning Temple, cause gives the uppercut punch, pretty darn useful. Wait, where's the other one? Echo Cave, that's the other one. The ability you get from there is also useful. Essentially, I don't like Deep Burst, so we'll make that appear less often. Clearly inspired by Battle Network Proto Man. Yes. Yep, you got it in one. Look at that sword. One and the same. Alright, what do I want to pick up? Smuggler Attractor. Yeah, sure, let's get that one. And, Charging Magnet. Alright. It's a good combo. Let us start this run as the Laser Sword Man. So Ace doesn't have that many powers, but walking off edges doesn't prevent jumping. Sounds like it might be useful. We'll get that. So you do that, and yeah, alright. So you get 1 jump if you just walk off an edge. This level's boss is 100% more HP. You get a repro. It actually might be worth taking early on, because, you know, this is where the bosses will be at their weakest. So just having to fight them for longer might not be a bad idea, even if it is Experiment 9. Ooh, look at that, one repro right out the gate. Oh, it's 5 nuts. Can't pass up on 5 nuts. Alright, go up here. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Okay. Definitely have to time the change of the platforms like that. What's up there? I have to keep remembering I don't have an air dash anymore. Neither do I have double jumps. Okay, this one's gonna be annoying. How will I do this? Good. Hey, there we go. Alright. We're moving in. Let's see if we can get ourselves a good armor core. Ouch. Why did I jump? I could have totally avoided that had I not jumped. Or, you know, just moved on like a normal person. Which is what I'm going to do. And the goal is to not get hurt. Gotta take every measure you can to not get hurt. Well, I'm definitely taking Arma Torts Pound, Charge Attacks, Vaporize, Energy Shots. Enemy Shots. Uh-oh, mini-boss time. Bit trickier to fight when you're ace. Thankfully, this boss is, like, pretty easy to manage. Damn, the soundtrack for this game is really jamming, I know, right? So funky. I love it. It's got that right mix of kind of retro and modern. Alright, so I think I can only hit this one at the edge. So let's do that. Ow. That's okay, I got a lot of health. Still got a lot of health. I think it's like this stage in particular that just like was really cool. One of my favorite updates because they managed to get everything right. Just like the aesthetics, the music, the bosses, the mechanics, just it all comes together really well. Oh man. Guess I'll take the charge attack booster, because it's more damage. The old saying goes, the best offense is a good defense. Or, sorry, the best defense is a good offense. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I mean, the opposite is also true. And might be applicable depending on the situation, but I think in this case I would want, more offense. Hey, there it is, the traitor. Are you standing in midair? I wonder. Wow, you want me to just give away this intensifier that I just got? Nah. You don't even have good stuff. Stuff you're offering kind of sucks. Ow. 30 health, I'll take it. RNG was on my side for that one. But so I really need to fill up my sub-tank there. I need that safety net. Ah, there we go, 20 health. Good to go. Alright, hopefully... Experiment 9 encountered at stage 1 ain't so bad. Ah, really is manageable. Definitely a lot slower. I really should pay attention to his patterns more. Ah, almost got me with that kick. Whew. Hey, that wasn't so bad. I did lose a lot of health, but you know what? I didn't die. That's what matters. And you just get this joyous victory music. I like how each area kind of has like their own post-battle victory music. It's pretty cool. Alright. Ah, Echo Cave. Just what I needed. We're gonna go right there next. So yeah, my priority when selecting a stage is like, it essentially goes, which powers are most useful for the character I'm using? And then after that, it's just like, which stage would be less annoying to fight early on? That's usually how I base my selection. Because there are certain abilities you can get as Ace and Nina that kind of really help. The one I kind of prioritize above all else. Projectile mitigation, or deflection. So yeah, for example, the one I got as Nina in Deep Verse, that I could have shown off had I not been saddled with the prototype, is like a projectile nullifier, just like erases all projectiles close to her when she uses the power. That one's super useful. And for Ace, his projectile nullifier is the power he gets from this boss. This is why I usually try to go for this one as early as I can. Alright, what'll it be this time? Again, 100% more HP, but the reward is only 80 armor. It's only a temporary boost. You know, that's like maybe 4 to 8 hits, depending. Not really that useful, so we'll go ahead and just, you know, skip that. Ain't worth the trouble, I'll tell you that. Hey, what do we have here? Minus 15 HP and 25 nuts after each level, or all your items become scrap. Kinda like the ones I have. I'm gonna pass. Sometimes the risks aren't worth the rewards. As the old song goes, you gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. I think this stage's theme is like pretty funky too. It's got that catchy feel to it. But I kind of missed the old version of the stage that had like crystal tuning forks in the background. Definitely gave more of like a fusion feel to it. It's like a crystal cave plus a musical level. Though I guess having like giant speakers like far in the background works pretty well. Wow, yellow and green. Is that help to note that they're like the tier 1 version now instead of a harder version? Guess I'll go with... This one gives me more HP, but I don't know if energy is all that useful. Yeah, we'll go with Hoarder's Might. Not holding increases damage. Maybe incentivize is saving up a little bit. At the very least, I can gradually increase in power as I go about the level. Okay, this one I think I just want to try to run through. Find safe spots, eliminate enemies, to create openings. Ouch. Oh, there goes the gold. That's okay. Gold is usually an AUG. Nothing... No harm, no foul there. Usually don't lose much. Okay, yeah. As you see here, the crystal tuning forks in the background. It's kinda cool. Ah, nuts, I forgot. I forgot again, I didn't have a dash jump. I really got used to that, can you tell? Which do I want to take? The Claw or the Fury? We'll go with the Claw. Because it's like even more damage. Can either have more damage or faster damage. It'd be nice if I could get them both. Maybe I'll get the other part later, who knows? We will see. Finding underground is pretty tricky, though. As much as I enjoy the kind of digging segments, trying to figure out how to fight in this area, it's a different matter. Woo! Managed to get the gold award. Any cave. Well, since we have the nut hoarder, might as well get AUG that lets us find even more nuts. Insert your own nut sound effect here. Didn't think they would go all the way to the edge there. Probably should have anticipated that. Alright, we're approaching the end here. Gonna fight off against Echo Beast. Ooh, calculated strike. Can you imagine with all the charge boost I got on hand? Might as well pick that up. And, core expander. And, oh man, not enough nuts for Vitality Scavenger. So we'll have to leave that behind, sadly. Alright. Early Echo Beast shouldn't be too bad. Not a lot of HP. Maybe I just had like that much more damage on me. Alright, so this is a particular ability I like. It's just a reflector. You kind of become stationary, but any projectile that hits you, Ace just retaliates with a big attack. Man. I like the ability you get from here, but I want to take care of this one early. Yeah, we'll take on Clock Zone. Take out that boss early on, because I want to face that one later. That one's just like a mess of projectiles. What you got? I'm not giving you my core point extender. Oh, now you got a shield. I wonder if like the increasing prevalence of enemies that use like melee attacks as opposed to... Oh yeah, this is a new one. It's like an enemy that drops a lot of nuts. Alright, they just kind of explode when they hit the ground, but you can get as many as you can. And if you manage to destroy him, you get an AUG. 50% chance to use a machine for free. I don't use vending machines all that much, so I'll just take the scrap bit for it. And you can trade that in the next stage, because I'm not backtracking to go to the trader. It's another pretty funky beat. Just listen to that kind of ticking clock in the background. Really sets the mood pretty well for the stage. So yeah, I was using my reflector there. Dang it. What I get for trying to get up close to them. Ah! Well, I would have taken Thanatos anyway, so... Like I said, like how Nina can get different kinds of beams to kind of, you know, augment her basic attack. Ace instead gets melee weapons, obviously, because he's the melee specialist, and this is a particular one I like, Thanatos, because it changes her aerial attack into this, like, that sort of spin attack that you would get from, like, Mega Man X, right? Except this one is, like, a weapon form, so you don't have to get it as, like, a boss power. And it's, like, super useful, because, you know, attacks from all sides, lets you cover yourself from all sides. Makes jumping very safe, right? Most small fry won't stand a chance, and if you can get the timing right, you can deal a lot of damage to enemies on the ground. It's very, very nice. I really should just be moving. Oh, right into the spike ball. There we go. Should I take... I'll just go with the scrap bits and trade those in for core point increasers later. Yeah, I keep on forgetting I don't have any leg cores, so I just got really used to them. Can you tell? Wow, how did I I zoned out. I zoned out for a moment. I just dashed right into an enemy. Really should be concentrating. Okay. We are going to move on. It happens. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that's happened to all of you as well, right? You probably had like that one instance where you might not necessarily be playing a game, but you just might be like doing something else, like writing or reading, just like zone out and you're like, oh wait, where was I again? If only I could just stay at full health for a moment when I get the health pickups, I could max out my sub-tank here. Those are my favorite enemies to deflect projectiles, because you see the gears bounce right into them, it just feels satisfying. It's like, haha, who's the gear lobber now? Probably not the best place to lob gears, though. Head empty, press buttons. Yeah, I really do feel like that sometimes. I think I have to approach this from the other end. Okay, there's a spot up there I could try to reach. So your fully charged spin attack really, really, really hurts. I do have the off-air jump. It actually came in handy there. Alright, let's see if I can get a gold for this one. Nope. Messed up the input, and it ended up costing me. Alright, then just get to the end now. Pretty close. Ah, shopaholic. I could've used that. I could've used that. Oh well. That's just how it goes. I mean, the knockback, still a pretty good one. Unless you kind of hold in place, doesn't throw off your jumps or anything like that. Alright, what you got on offer? Can you ever get? Oh, I could get both of these actually, or I could just get 2 vitality scavengers. What's I? Ah, no. Okay, I don't have any augs or core aug stat benefit from picking up health pickups, so. Or I could get this. Repros act as if 1 level higher. What's my level now? 24. Yeah, I think I can afford that. Can get, yep, just vitality scavenger, but that's also useful. Alright, time for another round against Lethal Tempo. But since we have a big-ass spin attack, these guys will actually be pretty manageable. Look at that, I already wiped out like 3 of them. I didn't expect to wipe them out that fast, holy cow. They're a lot more scary on higher difficulties, trust me. Alright, we'll go to Zen Primus now. So the new attack I got is basically like a grappling hook. You let it out, and then Ace will latch towards the enemy and give him a good hit, which sometimes may be enough to destroy him. It comes in handy. Alright, I'm not trading in my intensifier. I don't need your Vibro Serve, so I'm just gonna go ahead and get core points. Other fun thing about having this scythe is that you can kind of sort of cheese the mini-boss here by just repeatedly spin attacking. You can keep going forward and still attack behind you. It's real nice. Let me tell you. That said, I think they were trying to discourage hitting the boss while it's moving towards you, because the boss only takes like half damage while you're in this part here. Look at that, didn't even have to fight it in the arena. I just killed it before I even got there, so now I just run through the actual boss arena. And move on to the next part. Oh my god. One of my favorite parts, the core enthusiast. Reduces the cost of all the cores I equip. So yeah, you see here, each core kind of has like a point cost on the bottom. So yeah, the better ones usually have a higher point cost, but you know, decrease them all by 1 really increases the amount of parts you can equip, just by virtue of having them all cost less. And it's stackable. That's like the craziest part. You know, it doesn't go below 1, but even having 2 of them would just makes having armor cores that much better. Let's see, is there anything down here? Ah, there is. Sometimes it's good to take note of all of your corners. Looks like this is just a simple platforming challenge. Not much in the way of enemies, thankfully. It's all about timing your jumps around the obstacles. Yeah, look at that. Nailed it. Oh, man. This is only good for this set. I might as well get this one. Charging boosts up your next attack. Just imagine one uber spin slash wasn't enough for you. How about being able to do 2 in quick succession? You like the sound of that? I imagine you do. Or, you know, just 2, like, supercharged slashes would alone is pretty helpful. That's the other fun thing I like about roguelites. It's like finding that right combination of items that just makes you super duper powerful. Gives you a leg up on that run. Of course, you don't want to swing it too far in that direction, where it just feels like every run is just a matter of getting the right items and not, you know, just actual skill. I think this game kind of strikes a good balance between the two, where, you know, having good items would help you out a lot, but skills, if you got enough skill, you can reasonably get your way through an entire run, even if you don't get, like, the best items. Oh wait, I don't have enough nuts for this top row here. And I don't know if I'm going to get anything from the bottom row, because I do have Nut Hoarder, so I'll leave those alone. Let's go ahead and take on Zen Primus. Alright, you big metal ape, I've come back to beat you down again. You need to chill. This is where having the projectile nullifier really helps, because it can neutralize a lot of Zen Primus's attacks when you can kind of block projectiles like so. Just stand in his face and laugh as you parry all the fireballs he throws at you. So yeah, this particular ability here, Rise, Phoenix. And it's actually a lot more straightforward than you think. It's a flaming uppercut, but, you know, it works in a multitude of ways, right? In addition to just being an aerial attack that can use to take on air enemies, it also acts like an extra jump if you need, like, additional air, additional distance, or whatever. Oh gosh, that background is stunning. Yeah! Just look at the pagodas in the background and the mountains and of course, because this is like Japanese themed stage, you got the sakura petals raining down when you defeat the boss. It's like, you did it. It's like a new beginning for you. Can't stop admiring the details of this game, right? There's so much good stuff they put in here. I just, It's kind of incredible how much of a glow up 30XX is when you went compared to the first game. Didn't expect to find this fella again though. Wasn't too bad. Got a repro out of it. Part of me wants to go back and explore the rest of the stage, hopefully see if I missed anything, but I think I've dawdled enough in this run. Should probably move on. There's any character that could really use mobility upgrades, it's Ace. And I have not found an air dash or a double jump. Either of those would be useful. I guess all my jumping around I took damage 3 times. Ah well. Ven Smasher, I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. Thanatos' Unleash pierces enemies. Well, there might be a case where that might be useful, so I'll just take that. So that's where having an air dash or a double jump would have been handy. So we'll just have to take the bottom route. Which admittedly isn't too bad. Wow! Really? I think I'm pretty good at just ignoring core extender boost now. Since I got 2 enthusiasts, it's like a pretty significant reduction in equip costs. Oh, I almost forgot to get my augment. Well, since I got repros, might as well let them deal even more damage. Together, we're unstoppable. Alright, I'm just gonna move down. I think I missed out on the core room for this level, but that's okay. Sometimes you don't get them all. I think that's the one thing roguelikes really kind of emphasizes to you. It's just don't try to fret too much about the little moments, because it's all ephemeral. Even the ones that have persistent upgrades and stuff is yeah, well, you weren't gonna hold on to those things for an entire run, so try not to fret too much if you miss out. Oh wait, I guess I didn't miss out on the challenge room. Alright, we'll do it. For glory! Oh, it's got enemies. Alright, I should try to be careful then. Like I was not there. I was looking for an armor core anyway, so... The end is in sight! Ah, attack kills might restore health. Well, since I'm like killing stuff with the scythe a lot anyway, this is just very useful. Even if it's just a paltry 1 health, imagine kill enough enemies. That stuff adds up, you know? At the very least makes the stages a lot more manageable. Or maybe a little bit more manageable, if not a lot. Here we are. Facing off against the boss of Dustria. Yeah, help. Oh, I would need 4 scrap bits, and I can only get up to 3. Ah well. I guess the reason why they haven't like released the seed thing is because, you know, with all the updates they're making to this game, means the seed that you get might not be the seed. It's the seed that you kind of got used to. It's not going to be the seed that you get after a certain number of updates. So I know the original 20XX did give you kind of like a seed ability to kind of get a seed for if like there was a particular run that you liked. Woo! I almost thought I would get another round of like the rotating fists, but I managed to take them out in time. So yeah, this one's you know, it's a ground pound. Just kicks the earth and lets out some electric balls at the end. All right, who do I want to face next? Uto Mega has an ability that's decently useful. Go take them on. So stage 6. Oh, I think it's because of the reflap that. Yeah, okay. Interesting. So repros act as if they're 1 level higher, and I guess the level 2 reflap convinces repros to fight by my side. That's actually kind of nuts. They pretty much just fly into the enemy and just pare down the group. Makes fights a bit more manageable. So yeah, just look at that future city in the background. You can like see the cathedral too, it's pretty nice. Okay. I'm gonna go down that way, I'll drop down here. I like how they added sound effects for the sword enemies. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in this game was like missing sounds early on, but yeah, as development went on, they managed to put more sounds to things, so you do get your audio cues for various things now. It's pretty nice. Oh, nothing down here. Alright, we're moving back up. I kind of like how when you hit the square panels in the stage, you get like wings pop out of your character. Nice visual shorthand to let you know that your character is able to jump in midair. The mini boss that you used to see there was like used to be like a broken owl, but I guess they changed it to be a lightning emitter. Maybe it was more fitting for what they were going for. Yeah, this stage in particular, kind of a lot more manageable when you don't have to deal with like 33% of the enemy makeup here. And those 33% of the enemies takes care of the other group of foes, which pares down the numbers even more. Alright. We're gonna get a head booster. That's actually handy. Since I have the part that restores health when I get attack kills. This means I will get twice the health from the kills. And, you know, that's just useful. Yep, get that. Yeah, look at Ace's helmet now. Looks a lot more sleek. Perhaps a little bit goofy because, you know, the rest of his body is unarmored, but maybe we'll find more parts in these final two stages here. Ouch. Where you shouldn't hold down to fall at this part. That was lava. I took a risk. And I paid the price for it. Secret techniques. The first time each power is used, it deals 400% damage, resets at level start. I think I'll just take the scrap bits from that. Trade that in for something marginally more useful. Having extra run speed really helps. Unless you perhaps clear things you might not be able to otherwise. If only I had the scrap bits in the previous level. Oh well, I can enhance my little hoot. There we go, enough nuts for this. And health pickups might grant armor. I do like that one. And that's all of our nuts we have there. Yeah, I'm good on core points. I don't need to worry about that. Alright, time to play Owl Chase. Maybe I shouldn't just jump in front of it mindlessly. That took a lot out of me. I do have repros, I could just let them attack. Oops, jumped too far. As old saying goes, haste makes waste. Is it just me, or did they change, like, the invincibility frames? Because definitely the spin attack is a lot less useful against Hutomega. At the very least, you're more incentivized to just charge it up and get that big singular strike in. Alright, so this is Power's talking about. Raijin call! Call the heavens. I think if you... was it this one? Yeah, okay. Fun part about this power is if you stand in the spot and let the lightning touch you, you can then subsequently launch it out from your weapon. I need a drink of water real quick. Ooh, good old hydration. Alright. We're off to Penumbra. Or is it... where is it? Numbra. A black wind howls. It costs you. Take a stupid risk. It'll be fun. Taking damage costs you 3 nuts. Oh, but that... Og, though. Still, every hit takes 3 nuts, and this particular set of obstacles and enemies is not an easy one to dodge, especially at this stage of the game. Bah! I'm turning it down. I can't... it's not a risk I'm willing to take. Sadly. The one time where having the charge magnet comes in handy. Stuff falls in the sort of kind of high damage pits. You just hold charge and let the stuff come back to you. Nothing down here. That being said, having some sort of air control would have been handy up there. Ow. Well, there goes my sub-tank. Good thing I had it filled up. Oh boy. Now you pretty much have to time your jumps. Okay, okay. So my freebie is gone. I just had to be a lot more careful. Yeah, just imagine all those hits I took there. I'd pretty much be sitting at 0 nuts. I'd pretty much be going through at 0 nuts for like most of the level here. As handy as getting that 4-way dash would have been, it would not have been worth losing all my nuts for it. I don't think there's anything up there. Ooh, there's a chest down there. Leave no corner unturned. I really do dig the ruined cathedral look of the stage. Music too kind of adds to that feel. It's like a place that perhaps has seen better days, but now has been taken over by a mad preacher. Or at least a character that looks like a mad preacher. Imagine that was their intent with it. Spin attacks be kinda crazy, let me tell you. Look, I just want the augment. There we go. Oh boy. I wonder if I should get more health. Or I should just go for more armor. Yeah, health is a constant. Armor is like variable. Part of me wishes the health restore from the core AUG would fill up the sub-tank, though I guess that might make things a bit too easy. Although, I could get Zookeeper's Wrath. Full charge activates attacking repros. Since we do have a few repros on hand, to be able to get them to attack on command, add a little more DPS. Pretty handy. And I think I missed the challenge area for this level. I'll just have to grin and bear it. Or do I want to try to go through there? Eh, I got the health. Let's do it. Let's see what's in here. Just a chest. It gave me a full health restore. Very handy. And 10 extra health as well. Can't sneeze at that. Ah, there's our optional challenge area. Should probably get to that. Should be worth eating 30 damage for. We'll be able to make a good amount of that back by beating up all the people here. Or all the enemies here, I should say. And just look at that health go up. And down. Out of all the enemies they cluster in this game, just seeing the kind of the shadow aura little orbs is the funniest one. Because you see them like just spawn and then they all have to spread out because I guess they have to make room for the giant auras they emit. So it's like getting a bunch of people with giant egos in the same room. It feels like. Oh boy, this fella. So probably the trickiest one of all the core part, resonance part bosses to fight. Although, wow, I took that one out a lot more quickly than I thought it did. I would. Well, alright, I'll take it. Oop. Once again, we find ourselves at the precipice of a numbers boss. Is there anything else I can pick up here? Attack damage scales with health. That might come in handy. We'll get that. HP boost attacks, even if I'm at a lower amount of HP. And let's see, only 10 nuts. Yeah, I kind of need health at the moment. They gave me 20 armor as well. All right. Should be another, like, 2 hits I can afford to take. Yeah, this is, Absolution's like another boss that gets defanged pretty significantly when you get the, like, projectile reflector, power. Do stuff like that. Just counter with your little crystal spread. I really, really like the glass crashing. It's like the most cinematic a boss gets in this game. Okay, you're just spamming lasers. That's not cool. You're not Cable. You can't get away with that. And I don't like this power that much. It's like, you pick it up, and what it really does is just, like, generate a stationary ace who kind of slashes at things while you're free to move around. It's not really that useful. So I usually like to get power enhancement or nuts. Plus 10 energy. Yeah, I'd admit, I didn't use it much beyond the stage after which I got it. Yeah. But it does have its uses. That's like most of the powers, right? They all have kind of their case, their edge case in which they become useful. Ah! How fortuitous that I would find the core area, the glory zone, this early in the stage. This one would be a bit more of a challenge if I were to go through, like, without any weapons and stuff, but since I have things like the spin attack and what have you, I can just take the route of killing every last one of them, rather than, you know, trying to play Metal Gear Solid, which was probably what they wanted you to do. No damage so far as well. Actually, no damage at all make that. Hey, look at that, my first perfect Glory Zone run. Let's go. Let's see. What's my AUG loadout look like? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're definitely getting Armor Turret's Dome then. Or wait, I already had that. I'm a goddamned moron. I should have paid attention to exactly what I had. Alright, well, that was a wash. It's okay. It's not like the other parts would have been that useful anyway. I'm sure they were sour anyway. Man, this is kind of weird, just playing as an ace with, like, absolutely no air control to his name. You know, aside from, like, having increased run speed, which is still useful, but... And something like a double jump would have been handy. Ow. See, that's a place where ow would have been applicable. In fact, it would have been even, like, more than an ow, right? That would have been like, oh god, I'm burning. Alright, I've given up trying to get it to come down to me. And they usually, like, give out lots and lots of nuts. Curse you, platform! Got me 1 health and 2 nuts. Okay. Oh, mini-boss time. Alright. This one is, like, one of the trickier ones, because you gotta try to time the hits, so that way when the snake segments go out, they don't hit the corners. They don't hit, like, the intersections, because that's where they're able to deliver a ton of hurt. I think this is, like, one of the other bosses where they specifically decreased the amount of health it had, just to... You know, make it a lot more manageable. So that way you're not, like, running away from it for a very long time. I guess I'll take Cerebral Nourishment. I think I'll scrap that for scrap bits, because I got a good amount of run speed now. Alright, gauntlet time. Actually, more it's like locked room fight time. I've seen someone insta-kill this mini-boss by making him hit his body. Wow, really? Well, not surprised. Give people a lot of things to play with. Eventually, they'll find a combination of items that allows you to kind of utterly annihilate a foe. This one has, like, really gigantic arcs for those little things to kind of jump between. Probably should have paid more attention to them, and I might have gotten a gold there. Alright, hopefully the gold thing here isn't gonna make me... And just like that, I'm like, I should have tried to be more careful. Oh well. I'll take my consolation prize. I've done it to the small snakes a few times, but not the big ones. Ah, I see, I see. Ow. Wow, I got most of my health back. Kind of impressed, actually. Seems like the items I've picked up have made me very survivable. Hovering, flying while spinning the scythe. Yeah. I think it's like especially viable once you get the slow fall upgrade for Thanatos. The Sice is good with the owl feet. Ah, okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. Especially if you manage to combine like that and the armor turret legs, you get like just a lot of flight time. Wow, just armor parts. Hey, well, we were just talking about it too. Speaking of which, yeah, I know, right? Sure, it's like a 1-second flight, but yeah, just whirling whirlwind of death. You know, if you manage to get like the armor turret legs, you get like a 3-second flying whirlwind of doom. It's pretty rad. I really do like the new version of Legacy they've put out here. A lot more active. It requires you to kind of move around the stage a lot more. I really dig it. I got to be extra careful with trying to dodge everything. Whew. Yeah, it would be better with Resonant. Oh yes, absolutely. Alright, nothing to gather here, just another victory under our belt. Huh. I'm surprised. Old Legacy was tedious, yeah. Yeah, because they only had like 2 attacks. And one of them you could like nullify pretty easily if you just focused fire on the options and took them all out. Then all Legacy did was just fly around and you were just kind of free to pelt away at it. Which is why it was like the ideal light stage boss. But now there's a bit more of decision making you can do with regards to Legacy stage, which is pretty cool. Yeah, firstly it had more stage obstacles. Second, hitting the shapes didn't hurt him. Although you did blow it up, definitely. But on the other hand, you did have to deal a lot of punishment, which I like to do, because if you didn't, Legacy kind of put up that field that like nullified projectiles, so you had to like be right up in their face to take them out. Yeah, I often got stuck between platforms trying to move around that fight. Yeah, same here. Trying to figure out how to maneuver around got tricky after a while, especially if you were trying to, you know, take account the options, the projectiles, and the boss itself. Alright, well, we've done ourselves 2 30XX runs. I think it's been a good playthrough of that. Go ahead and start up a last game on the docket here. One that I especially like, one I've come back to a lot. I know when I tweeted the last Rally Adventure tweet, I said I wasn't going to do any more Forza Horizon 5 streams. Flashbang. Oh, yeah, sorry. Is a pretty bright background. It was like the only one I could find that was like predominantly elements of blue and, you know, fewer other colors. Yeah. We're gonna go back. We're gonna close it out with Forza Horizon 5. Just, you know, after some intense roguelite action, we'll just kick it back, go to Mexico, take a little drive around there. I have some... Granted, it's nothing too big's happened, but they did add like the track oval in the stadium, which is like pretty rad. And yeah, we'll do a couple events there, and then maybe wrap things up from there. Good old Forza Horizon 5. It's like my favorite comfy game. If I just need to, you know, kick back, relax, or, you know, we'll feel like doing something while I'm watching a stream or listen to a podcast, just start this up. Have a tear around Mexico, do some events while I'm doing my other business. Just let it load up here. That beach.
Right after taking on the giant Ziggurat test and taking on a couple of not Mavericks, you just want to relax by the beachside, right? Yeah, we'll just do some festival playlist stuff here. I consider 30XX one of my podcast listening games. Yeah, that's a good one. Once you got like everything down pat, you just do some runs, such. I can definitely see that being a podcast game.
Welcome back, Goose.
I had to admit, I also use Ziggurat 2 as like my podcast game occasionally. It's kind of funny because if I do that, I usually like miss half of what the podcast is talking about, which sometimes it's like a little harrowing. Actually, I turn almost any game into a podcast listening game. I have a problem. I totally understand that, right? Because it's like, yeah, you need something else for your ears to do, right? After you've played the game like 100 times, you've already heard all the music, you've heard the sound effects, you've heard the voice lines. You just need something else to kind of fill your ear space while you're just doing the motions in your other game. Right, it could be like Forza, it could be 30XX, it could be Ziggurat, it could be even something like, say, Monster Hunter. Wait, did that say Hayasaka on the car? Probably did. Like I put a lot of liveries on the cars, and my favorite ones tend to be I think I picked a bad car for this track. Maybe I should just try to be slower. Are they like showcasing all the oval tracks for these event lab highlights? I mean, it fits, but wow. Where'd the anime art go? It's gone. I picked a because I selected a different car for this event. So yeah, maybe if we go back out to the open world, I'll go pick the Hayasaka car again. But yeah, Forza Horizon 5 liveries are kind of one of the big draws for this game, right? It's like you select a car and then you can go take an account of all the vinyls that they have and pick one. And as you may expect, there's a lot of anime themed ones. There's a lot for other properties too. So you get some for the video games, you get some for certain animated series, maybe products as well for a goof. I remember seeing like a Yoshinoya livery that was like pretty amusing. But yeah, there's a lot of anime ones for sure. Good number of Toho, good number of popular series, a lot of Pokemon. VTubers, of course, you'll see a lot of VTuber liveries. I can show you some other ones too once I get into some other races. Okay, so this wasn't an oval track, but it is very much a track that's kind of built for speed. It's like pretty cool. I do like the details they put around it too, like the the various structures and buildings and the stuff that's been kind of constructed to make it look like stands. That's a nice touch. Makes it look like a proper raceway. I imagine this is based off a proper raceway, but I'm not quite knowledgeable enough about racing to tell you where that's from, if that is the case. Also, like, they have like a road that you can just lead out from there, like it's like a pit stop. Of course, like a regular race, you probably don't need to do that. But it is a nice touch. I do think when they showcase some of the Event Lab events, they modify them in a sense, because I do see some comments like here and there about people whose like events get showcased, and they're like, "Yeah, I didn't make it like this. I actually had like additional opponents on the track you could race against, or maybe there was like this additional mechanic that was on there that's not like in the featured version." Sometimes there's not too much of a difference. Other times you can kind of tell that this track might have been better if they had perhaps kept it the way it was. But I think in this case, it's probably fine as a time trial. Right? It wouldn't be very much different even if they had, like, opposing cars on the field for you to race against. I didn't realize there was a lighthouse on this track also. That's pretty nice. Also, the way they kind of put the concrete slabs on the wall to make it look like wavy patterns. It's pretty cool. Almost feels like one of those hotel entryways, right? Like the part where you would drive up to kind of drop off your guests so that they would check in and you go find a parking spot. Does anyone have like a hotel experience they particularly enjoy? I remember when as a kid, when my family would go on the vacation a lot, we would usually like stay in a hotel. Yeah, most of the hotels we stayed at were like pretty good because most of the time we'd only be there for like 3 or 4 days, so never got too uncomfortable. But yeah, I would say never had a hotel experience that I would consider bad. Well, I've definitely heard of like horrifying hotel stories, but for the most part, mine have been pretty good. I think it's like largely in part because also the people I stay with, right? Not just my family, but friends sometimes when I would stay with them, they've all been pretty respectful of other people's property, so they're not like causing a ruckus or anything like that. Never gets too wild is what I'm saying. Which is kind of funny because I think one of the friends I would room with back in the day was kind of really liked getting drunk at parties. It's like every time we would go on a trip, he would always like bring along a bottle of Everclear and another bottle of Sunny D. I remember telling that to some of my other friends and cousins about this, and they're like, "Wow, your friend's kind of hardcore, isn't he?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so." I'd admit I haven't drank Everclear myself, but I haven't heard good things about it. But if it's not like for a convention, usually we would go to a hotel to just like, because it's close to a beach, right? You see a lot of hotels by the beach. And most of the time, if you're going on a beach trip, you usually only stand for like a few days. Don't want to be there for a very long time. Let's get there, enjoy the beach, and then go. It's real convenient to have just like a room that's like right by the beach. So that way you can get there early in the morning. You can just go there whenever you feel like. You don't have to like hop in a car and drive for a while to get there. And once you're done with the beach and you need to go rinse off, your room is like pretty close by. You could just walk there. You don't even need to like change or anything. Just go to your room and then clean off in there if you want. It's pretty convenient. It's nice. Oh, hey, look at that. 5 laps completed. Sometimes talking really does help the time go by, huh? Alright. Get ourselves our cosmetic item for this. Sundress. I already got a dress I like. I'm not gonna swap out. Alright, I think we'll do the next Event Lab showcase on this list here. That's a trial. Oh! They're only highlighting one Event Lab event. Okay, I see. Alright, that's fine. Nice thing about having a DLC is that there's more events I can just choose to skip. We'll do some championships then. Racing in style. I'll try to pick a car that has a livery on it and have another piece of scenery to enjoy while we're racing here. 2 circuits, 1 sprint. Shouldn't be too bad since it's all Mexico tracks. Yeah, we'll go with this one. 8 CTF 1939 from Maserati. Forgot what livery I slapped onto this one. Oh, okay, yeah, it's Wandering Witch, if I remember correctly, that's the title of it. Kind of dropped off of that series. Like, I don't know, something about it didn't grab me. I heard it was like pretty decent. I kind of like the premise too, right? Just a witch that travels the world, getting experiences, encountering different stories, but yeah, I guess after a certain point, the premise kind of wore thin. They couldn't quite capitalize on it. Uh-oh. Did I accidentally put a drag configuration on this? Maybe I should quit out and change its specs. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna quit. That way I can give it a different tune. I was trying to find a word for it. Call them tunes, right? You tune the car differently. Change it off a drag and make it more race-worthy. But remember to keep it in B class because that's what the event requires. Yeah, we'll go with this one. I got so much money. I'm just like, all right, you say this tune costs 20,000 credits to get all the parts. Yeah, sure. Here you go. I got like almost. I got tens of millions. Look, I have 36 million credits. I have nowhere else to spend it on. Just take my money and go. It's kind of funny because money is like at a pretty fair premium at the start, but you hit the fast travel boards to make it free, and then you buy all the cars, you get all the clothes you want. It's like, well, there's not much else to spend money on. Oh yeah, you get the properties too, but there's nothing that's like obscenely expensive like there was in Forza Horizon 4. Like, they had the castle there and other properties that like require you to gather up several tens of millions of credits to get. Also, you might notice there's like a lot of visual bugs happening this game. Try not to worry about them too much. My computer is running just fine. Nothing bad has happened to it yet. Right, it always looks like this for me, right? It's like turns into some sort of colorful nightmare, but I don't know. The game still runs properly. Oh, jeez. Okay, I can see this event might be a bit of a challenge here. Boy, handling is... Whatever tune I picked, this handling is like super squirrely. Maybe I should actually use my brake. I should actually use my brake. Try that. Don't do a wall run. Just try to do a clean turn here. Yeah, look at that. That clean turn put me in a better position. Said this race overall, not sure if this tune is gonna help me out. Very convenient there's a rewind feature. Yes. Unironically, I love the rewind. Because you imagine, in most racing games, right, you do the one mess up, right? You imagine you had that moment in, like, say, Burnout, Mario Kart, Gran Turismo, where, you screw up that one turn once, and everything just falls apart from there. It's like in this game, well, you can just go try taking that turn again, or you try rewinding and maybe see if you can get like a different outcome in that section. It's better than restarting the whole track. Exactly. That's the advantage of the rewind. The nice part about it is that if you think the rewind does make the game too easy, and I can certainly see that case, you can turn off the rewind. So if you would rather not be tempted by it, you can turn off the rewind feature and race traditionally. Alright, maybe I should just, like, just drop this championship entirely. Holy cow. Even with my tuned Maserati, I'm getting my teeth kicked in by the better racers in here. Yeah, I'm not gonna sit around here. We'll try another event. That's the nice thing about having a variety of events to pick from. You can choose to skip a few that perhaps cause you to kind of slam your head against the wall. Try this one instead. Yep, I'll abandon the other championship. All street races. Also make things tricky in a different way. Alright, what I got here? Like I only have 2 cars spec'd out. One of them has off-road tires. This one doesn't. Alright, try this one. Check out this nifty Princess Connect livery that I managed to find for it. Rest in peace, English version. Taken out all of a sudden, didn't even have a chance to wrap things up. Cut off when the going was still doing pretty decent, all things considered. Man, this is like perhaps one of the bigger bummers I can remember recently. Yeah, sad face. Same here. Poor Princess Connect. I wonder if like certain actions Cygames has taken kind of were spurred by what happened with Princess Connect, right? Because they did open up their like European and American branches to kind of facilitate stuff there. I think someone was saying like the Japanese version of the game also moved to using Unity as their engine. If I remember correctly, like Unity's like pretty good for making browser games, so part of me wonders if they're trying to ramp up for like a browser version of Princess Connect. That is, of course, me massively coping, but hey, I can always hope, right? Because I really, really liked it. It was like pretty fun for a side game. It's like once you kind of built your characters up pretty well and got your good composition, just kind of, you know, start a stage, let your party do their thing while you went off and did other things. It's kind of pretty easy to get your dailies done there, too. I liked it, all things considered. Ugh. It's just those 2 in the front. Always able to keep 1 step ahead of me. I feel like this is a thing about these Forza races. You kind of need to get ahead early on, because if you don't, kind of lose out and you got no way to make it back up. Especially here, when you got this fool here just blocking my turn. I can't turn as effectively because they managed to go and block my path. Sometimes it's not just about getting the clean lines. It's also positioning yourself in a way that your AI opponents don't overtake you. They get on your side, that kind of starts spelling trouble for you. Alright, I think this might be my chance to catch up. Just gotta get him on the curve. Or get him on the straightaway. Make sure I brake. Yeah, look at that. An overtake. Not the cleanest overtake, but I got ahead of them nonetheless. So yeah, once you're ahead, it's usually not so bad. Because if as long as you're driving in the right spot, you can usually stop the AI from overtaking you. You know, if they do overtake you, I'll just rewind, reposition your car to make sure they don't overtake you next time. Throwing shade. And cartwheels. I like some of the puns they put in this game. Feet of clay. And they have some special ones because you're in Mexico, so you know, you hit a trash can, you get like it's like basurero, something like that. I think that's like it's like a word that's at least related to garbage in Spanish. Okay. There we go. Just make sure you stay in front of them the whole time. Give them no chance to overtake you. We're close to the end here, so I won't be able to make it up if they manage to pull ahead of me. Just like that. Just go ahead and a little drift into the finish. Doesn't really do anything, it just looks cool. So I kind of like the way they do the finish line stuff in this game, where it just dramatically slows down a couple of cuts. There have been, I think there was like an instance where that really kind of played to its advantage, where it kind of had that neck and neck finish, and I could not tell who's in first. So I was just like waiting for the game to let me know who was in front, and it finally just zoomed in. It was like first place, and just that big sigh of relief that just happens right afterwards. Like, oh man, I made it. I actually pulled it off. I got ahead. Here we are with another nighttime race. Then again, that's how street races are in Forza. It's kind of funny seeing the evolution of this particular event, because Forza Horizon 1, they were kind of treated as like its own side activity. Not part of the main events, like, gotta keep on the down low. They're not supposed to know about these street races, because they're not on the official itinerary for the Horizon Festival. And I don't think they were in Horizon 2, and Horizon 3 brought them back, except they kind of just like made them, and they gave them like the same progression structure as like the other types of events, although they still pretended to keep them on the down low and everything. And I want to say for like 4 and 5, they just sort of tied them in, especially with 5. Now it's just like an official branch of racing along with everything else. So now it's not just like road, dirt, cross country. Now it's like road, street, dirt, cross country, which I think that's like how it was anyway. They just like made street racing sound all mystical and illegal because, I don't know, I guess it switched things up, I suppose. Hey, I didn't say you could get ahead of me. Stay back there. Stay in a single file line. I'm sure everyone's had that in school, right? You just had when you were in elementary school, maybe even middle school, right? You had to go to another place, or you were out on a trip. You always had to line up single file or maybe double file if your hallways were wide enough. Looking back, it's probably gotta look weird, like yeah, seeing those lines as an adult now, it's just like, I mean, it's like, you know, how you keep them orderly, but kind of seeing the thing in motion, definitely, from the outside perspective, definitely, it gives you a different view. Yup, yeah, I imagine that's like a pretty widespread experience, if not universal. Alright, one more event in this championship. Last one. Cruz de Val. I hope I pronounced that close. Just take a quick look. Yeah, I see Pecorin, Kokoro, and Carol. Got the entire gourmet guild on this livery. I had to admit, as much as I enjoy user-generated content in games, I wish I had like a more creative mind to make stuff like this. Always astounds me when I see people make out these really cool lab events and these cool looking liveries, right? Once you manage to figure out the system and do cool stuff with it, while I'm kind of just, slapping shapes down and calling it a day, because it's like a lot of work to make something resembling an anime character with the system they give you. I'm gonna say Animal Crossing is probably the most I was able to get creative with my stuff. Especially towards the end, I was able to kind of configure my island into something I kind of enjoyed. Oh man, I think I went too fast on that one. I had to slow down long before I hit up that curve. There we go, much better. Still in third, but since we got first in the first two events, I'm not too worried about getting a lower position here. That's always a nice thing. That's why I try to go all out on the first two events. Gives me a buffer so if I like somehow mess up this last one, I don't need to fret about it too much. I can afford to maybe let go of the rewind, but if I do manage to get ahead, well, that's just a bonus, right? Oop. Missed that checkpoint. Yeah, see, this is where rewinds also come in handy, because imagine if you didn't have a rewind, you missed that checkpoint, they would just drag you back. You would have lost like a bunch of positions, but now you can just rewind and take another go and keep your standing. Stuff like this that makes me wish like more racing games had some sort of rewind mechanic. Not every game needs it, but something like, say, Need for Speed and perhaps Gran Turismo as well would probably benefit from a rewind. Yeah, oop. I've been at this for like 5 hours, so this is why I saved Forza for last, because you don't need to focus on it as much as say Ziggurat and 30XDX. This one you can afford to have a little bit more of a head empty. Yeah, it's going down this straightaway. Imagine, like, driving this in real life at night. Probably both peaceful and maybe a little creepy. Because, you are driving at night, but on the other hand, it's, like, super quiet. No one else on the road, so you can just kind of, not have to worry too much. Just focus on the road and, yeah, not to worry too much about other people getting in your way in a car or on foot. On the other hand, if you get into an accident or something, it's probably going to be a while before help can arrive. If you had a choice of where to live, what would be your ideal living spot? For me, I think I would have to pick between somewhere in between urban and rural, probably sort of suburban. Put me close to a city, but not in the middle of it, because I don't want to be like in the middle of all the activity. I just want to be able to get there if I want to. You know, just give me like some neighborhood like just outside the city where I can perhaps retreat back to a quiet area and relax after I've had a big activity-filled day. That's probably my ideal. I'd honestly like to live in the countryside, but not too far off. Yeah. Can certainly see the benefits of living in the countryside, you know. Just out there with nature, just the peaceful sounds, and really get to kick back and relax and just be yourself, right? You can just be yourself. It's definitely a benefit to that. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Another festival playlist task completed. Do the other seasonal championship here. Oh, wait, there was only 2 of them. Oh. Okay. In that case, we'll do the Tulum speed trap. It's 190 miles per hour. How am I gonna... Will I be able to accomplish that? Alright. Well, for this one, I'm pulling out All Reliable. Seems like all of their PR stunt festival playlist things pretty much all just like, hey, just get an S2 car, I don't know. It's always the same 3 ones too. It's like drift. Well, no, it's not a drift. It's a danger sign, speed zone, speed trap, which I guess are like the most fitting ones for this class. I need to do that and hit 190 miles per hour. This one is like particularly nice because like accelerates pretty quickly, so usually get up to the target speed in a shorter amount of distance. Ooh, made it. Just like that, we can check off another festival playlist task. I don't even use the stuff anymore. I'm just in it to kind of check the boxes, get my points, and I can take my cars and go. Let's see. Oh, hey, I have a drift zone here. All right. Well, that works out. I could do drift zones much better. I always skip like all the speed zone PR events now because they're only 2 points, and I don't feel like trying to tear my hair out trying to hit the speed targets for them. Especially since I can just like do other tasks to get the required amount of points. I'm not looking to get all of them. I'm just looking to get just enough so I can get the playlist rewards.
You have arrived at your destination.
That big air, I do apologize if you have a bit of vertigo. Please stay up, stay up. Ah. I think that did it. It turned yellow, so I have to assume that's another 2 feet. Oh, jeez. Just because I smacked into the ledge and did not go over it. Aha, I understand. Yeah, right. Yeah, well, you got a lot of things that are kind of calling for your time. You gotta pick and choose how much you want to invest into each one. And it's like, well, after a certain point, it's like, well, if I'm only doing this for bragging rights, maybe I really don't need to do it after all. It's usually how I approach it. Alright, one more try at this. We'll see how far I can go this time. I don't think I'm gonna get as far. Or am I? Well, not that it matters. I'm gonna fail out anyway. Nuts. Alright, try again. Can't believe it. Off by 2 feet. Oh wait, they pointed me in the other direction. I should drive the other way. Okay, yeah. Make sure I'm going the right way. Right before I start barreling off. Okay, maybe this will be the one. Okay, now that's the gold grading I'm used to. See, it's a good thing this is a relatively low-stakes driving game, because otherwise, train hitting the car would have been a very different outcome. Alright, drift zone. What do I need there? 130,000. Thankfully, I got just the right set of cars for this. I had to admit, I might be having an easier time because I did buy everything related to Forza Horizon 5, so I have like the car pass and the expansion pass, so got a lot of things I can pick from here, so if I'm at a drift zone, might as well pick a car that's like very conductive to drifting. Alright, so just need to pick up 130,000 points from this zone and then pop off. Get the heck out of there. Right, you gotta know when to stop and cash in those points. Try not to spin out so much. Get back on track. There we go. Yeah, that 30,000 already gotten through most of it. Ah, okay, okay. Alright. Ah, it's just... was never the best at drifting. Ah. Well, worst comes to worst, I can just skip this one as well. Alright, take two. My target is 130,000 points. Here we go. Kind of hitting a stride here. Whoa, we're halfway there. Halfway through this zone as well. Hopefully I can keep this momentum going for the last half. Oh boy, fast approaching the end here. Still need 13,000 points. Fuck! Ah, jeez, I was off by 2,000. Alright, try again. Okay, why did it not? Is it because it was still going through the summary? Is that why it didn't go, okay, do the drift zone interface? Alright, we'll give it one more try. If I feel it won't make it, then maybe we'll just move on to another event. Does reminds me of that one time I was talking with my friends, right? Because I always like making a reference to that song when, you know, we got the gambling thing going, or just, you know, you got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. I always, one time I said, yeah, it's like once Kenny G once said, you got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em. I think after a little bit, one of my friends just said, did you mean Kenny Rogers? I was like, oh, yeah, I did mean Kenny Rogers, right? Yeah, because Kenny G is the saxophone guy. Kenny Rogers, I think, is like the country singer, right? Am I getting that right, or did I get it mixed up again? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna throw in the towel. We're going to leave that one for later. Gonna do another event here. No idea. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, 12 points already, so only need 28 more. We could get 14 from the DLC stuff, which would leave us another 14 to get here. Get a 7, 12, and then we do some dailies. Okay, so we could ignore the rest of the events if we wanted to and just focused on the everything else. Alright. Photograph any retro supercar at the Temple of Quechula. Let's do that. Where's the Temple of Quechula? Is that in the riverbed? Well, I can always save that one for later also. It's a pretty mundane task. You just take a picture of your car at the requested location. Although the way the photograph looks, it's like be too hard to. Has to be in the dried riverbed, so just drop ourselves off in here. Perhaps go our way there. All right, retro supercar. Have to switch to that once I reach the designated location. That doesn't look like the one in the picture, does it? Oh, no, it does. Yeah. I'm just approaching it from a different angle. Sometimes you gotta take a different perspective of things to find the thing you're looking for. Alright, am I in a retro supercar? No, I'm in a drift car. We'll filter by retro supercars. What can I pick from here? Show off. Yeah, let's do this one, the Diablo SV. Since I'm only taking a picture of it anyway, I'm not racing, so it should be fine. And of course, they punt me back to the road. Well, driving back to the building is not too much of an issue here. Oh man, look at those water effects even. A little pixelated here, but it'd be pretty cool if you got like a powerful enough rig to render all that. Alright, there we go. Another playlist task checked off. Let's see what else we need to do. Toys never deal well with asphalt, but perhaps a toy meant for the track does better? Or that just wants me to win a road race in a track toy. That's easily doable. If there's like a road race event, I always pick the Grand Pantamo Sprint because it's pretty straightforward. You just no big turns or anything like that. It's a lot of gradual stuff, so you can pretty much drive whatever you need to there. Alright. I need to bust out the track toys for this one. And I'll pull that up. There we go. I have to make sure I don't pick the one with the drag tires because those are a different build. Different tune, I should say. So drag tires. You don't have drag tires. You should be okay to drive, right? Oh man, what series was this from? Yeah. Probably something I should recognize, but I don't. And you just saw like blue-haired character, and I was like, yeah, let's do it. Rize Morino. Idolmaster Shiny Colors, I think. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're probably right. That definitely rings a bell there. Yeah. I had a period in my life where I was like super into Idolmaster. I remember just binging the original anime on Crunchyroll and just like seeking out all the other series where I could. So I remember like checking out the first Cinderella Girls anime as it came out per week. And I was like reading all the manga too and looking at the wiki. I never went as far as to like play the games, like only largely because it was very hard to do so, and I didn't quite have the knowledge to figure out how to do so back in the day. But yeah, that was one of those series I kind of got super into for a while there. I imagine everyone has had that. Understandable, the games are also less accessible. Yeah, it's probably telling, like, the most accessible thing that I had with Idolmaster was that one space in PlayStation Home where you could get, like, Idolmaster branded products from them. I know that they had to have, like, 2 games come out for, like, iOS a long time ago, but people were kind of putting it to task because it was, like, bunch of money, and it didn't even have like a lot of what made Idolmaster great. Sure, you could listen to their songs, but none of like the gameplay elements that people kind of enjoyed from the base Idolmaster games. Bit of a shame. Even after all this time, they never like localized any of the games. Like, who knows how it would have done had they given it a shot. Yeah. At the very least, I can enjoy the anime and read some of the manga. And of course, enjoy all the crossovers they appear in. I swear, the Cinderella Girls have definitely gotten around a lot, right? They were there in Princess Connect. Like, there was a whole crowd of them that showed up in, like, Grand Blue Fantasy as part of, like, the crossover stuff. Alright, let's see if that was what I needed to complete the treasure hunt clue. Hey, wow. It was that easy. Let's do an event with an attract toy. Alright. Ooh, we're going to the airport for this one. Alright. And gonna get in the thick of it. Alright, now, second step after we do the treasure hunt clue is to find the treasure. They do give us a picture, it's like, yeah, here we go, just a close-up photo of where it is, now go find it. That said, with where it is, it's probably very few places where it would not be, so just have to kind of drop by all the hangars, see which one has the chest, and then go break it. And that'll be another task checked off the list. Okay, it does have to be a hangar next to another hangar, because we did see a hangar in the background there. Oh, hey, there it is. Bap. 100 Forzathon points. I'm sitting on like 12,000 of them. It's like barely anything I need to buy them with. Most of the time it's like in a shop, it's like, oh, hey, is the clothing item or the cosmetic something I don't have yet? Okay, I'll get that. Because I think I got like most of the cars I can get from here. And yeah, and the wheel spins I'm not too particularly interested in either, because they mostly just give me cars or credits. Alright, well, I think I've done most of what I want to do there, so we'll drop off to the next part. DLC 1, take a revisit to here. I'll remember Hot Wheels Park. I do. It was really rad. Still is. one of the wildest crossovers I've seen in the game, and they managed to make it work. It's like giant Hot Wheels tracks really takes you back, and they captured the spirit of it pretty well with the tracks that kind of turn every which way and the kind of fantastical setting of it all. Right, you're like up in the sky on a floating thing. Don't ask how it floats. 3 different biomes just smashed together into one arena for you to just drive around and have your fun on. Alright, I'm gonna switch back to my Lotus car because I want to do the PR stunt here. Alright, now to find out where it is. Ah, it's a speed zone. This might be tricky. 60 miles per hour. Alright, if I start here, I could probably build up some speed. That'll let me to get through it. Yeah. You just imagine a facility like this would never, ever, ever happen in real life. There's just way too many risks involved with it, but you know, just put it in a video game, yeah, that's totally cool. I think that's what I like about the DLC stuff for Forza. They go a little bit more wild with it, and it's really fun. Yeah, just driving through a snowy valley on bright orange track. You can also choose to do so in a more desert-ish area or a more forested area if you wish. Oh, I love the scenery in this one. Yeah, right. It's great when Playground Games is able to, like, you know, just not be hampered by kind of having to adhere to real life scenery designs, and lets them really make some pretty cool places. Makes me want to go skiing. Ha! I can totally see that. Or maybe just look out on the snowy landscape while you're inside sipping a hot chocolate. Alright. Do I want to pick for this one? I want to sort actually by performance class. Will that allow me to see all my 800 cars? Yes, yes it does. Alright, which ones do I want to drive in? Not the twin mill that has the drag set up. Guess we could go with the Hellcat. Hopefully that's a decent car. Forget. I've tuned some of these so long ago, I forget what their original intent was. By the way, stream category change. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I should change that. Edit. Oh man, I've been playing this for an hour and I forgot to change it. Hey, hello. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, I had Streamlabs crash on me. Welcome back, thanks. Yeah. Hey, hello. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, I had Streamlabs crash on me. Welcome back, thanks. Yeah. Alright, take 3. Do y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Hopefully it will stick this time. I went and decreased the resolution, so hopefully things will hold. Yeah, I'll probably have to look into that after this then, just make sure. Had to refresh the stream a few times, but it looks like it works now. Alright, it's good to know. Good to know. Now I just need to get back up to first place here. They're a considerable distance away, but it's a pretty long track, so I got plenty of opportunity to catch up. Man, I always like this one track because it allows you to drive on the roads with the water flowing through them. Makes it feel like a water slide. It's like that fantasy you had as a child, just running on the raddest tracks ever, brought to life. And the best part about this is that they put the Hot Wheels tracks in the Event Lab creator, so you can really let your imagination go wild with, you know, creating tracks for this game. You know, the way they position the roads too, to kind of give you the money shots for the scenery in this game is just great. You know, being able to see that waterfall as you're driving towards it really gives you that feeling you've hit a new world, a cool place that you don't normally see all that often, right? Like seeing the tall rock formations everywhere and things like that really hits different. Yeah. I guess the only thing I would perhaps put against Hot Wheels Park, their circuit races are really long. Like even compared to regular Mexico races, they're really long. Comparatively, like you saw, that first lap already took almost 3 minutes. Like even if you're driving a higher class car, the most you'll be able to like pare a lap time down to like maybe 2 minutes. Thankfully, there's only like one circuit race in the championship this week, so that's something I can grin and bear. Because the other 2 races are sprint races, so they'll be over comparatively much more quickly. I'm sure a lot of people kind of had that experience when they were as a kid, and always got deep into playing pretend with the toys, right? Just creating all sorts of fun adventures. Like I remember, you know, being big into Lego. I'm still big into Lego, but you know, back then it was all about making stories with all my Lego minifigs and stuff like that. I would like take all various other toys and you know, just have them all fight each other or do other tasks and stuff. Those are fun times. I'm sure everyone's had something like that, whether you be playing with Lego minifigs or other action figures or plushies or dolls, or you know, even something like a car or a horse, or could be anything, right? When you give a thing to a kid, they'll make it into anything they want, right? Give a kid a stick, and they're like a knight fighting dragons, or a super famous pole vaulter, or you know, world class baton twirler. Could be anything. Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's fun seeing it from the other side too. Just watching a kid go off, just having fun with the stuff they have around them. It's like, I remember doing that. Good times. Even more fun when, you know, they tell you, hey, what are you doing, right? And they tell you what they're doing, they're like, oh man, yeah, that's pretty cool. Then think of using the toys to kind of do something like that, but yeah. Kids, they can be pretty creative. I think another thing I liked to do when I was a kid, because yeah, when I was a kid, our living room couches and seats had those removable cushions. Well, it was like taking those off and then stacking them together and making like a tiny house out of them. And then we would play house, because I was with like I had 2 younger siblings, so we would all like play house together. Or make it like a secret base of operations, depending on what we were pretending to be that day. I think my parents might have helped me along with that, right? Given us a couple blankets too. And yeah, just make them like doorways or roofs or something like that. Good times too. I used to make houses with videotapes. Ah, hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I can imagine you could like make a. You got enough of those cases, enough of those tapes, you could make yourself a good brick house out of that. At least something resembling a brick house. Yeah, playing pretend as a kid, it's definitely a different time. Nowadays, I just like play pretend with my nephew. Definitely very imaginative fella. Very fun days, yeah. Just being able to, just pretending. Go off and have all sorts of adventures from the comfort of your own home. Fun times. Alright, send that as a gift. Give it to anyone. A surprise. Take good care of this car. Even if taking care of it just means shunting it off to another person. I have no room for it in my garage. Man. This is like the first Forza Horizon game in which I actually almost I actually ran into the upper limit of garage space. They like let you store up to 1,000 cars, and I got to notice I was like, oh yeah, I kind of hit that limit. And I was like, oh boy, I actually gotta put stuff away now. I gotta give stuff away. Not like this one here. One of these days, I need to get into my garage, just give away all my duplicate cars. I don't want to do more wheel spins. I need to just collect and go. I want to get into the event here. Certainly see why they would have an inventory limit, but man, you put it really high and you hit that limit, it's like, oh boy, I just got a lot to clean up. That's why people always say, you just take care of things as you come up to them, right? Because if you let it pile up, it eventually becomes really, really big. You just become more intimidated and discouraged by it. Which is why the other piece of advice people will usually give you for those sorts of scenarios is just try to subdivide the big problem into little problems and then try to resolve those. And eventually you'll kind of chip away at the big one, eventually become smaller and smaller. And eventually you'll have it taken care of. Right. Sometimes it's good to look at the big picture, but also sometimes it's good to be able to kind of compartmentalize a thing and try to see how you can handle it step by step, piece by piece. Yep, indeed. Alright, if we get second on this track, we should be in pretty good shape. Said we still have 75% of the track to go. There's still a very good chance to catch up to first place here. Man, look at that corkscrew. That's what Sonic sees when he goes on a corkscrew. It's probably enough to make certain people dizzy. Though thankfully the corkscrew is very gradual, so imagine that probably helps. Maybe not to everyone, but I hit another hiccup. Oh wait, can y'all hear me? I get the feeling maybe saving Forza Horizon 5 for this stage, maybe not the best idea. We're back! Alright. Okay, maybe I'll just wrap up this championship and then we'll call it here, because, yeah. Playing Forza 5 for extended periods of time seems to not play very nicely with stream stuff. Hopefully I can catch up to second place here, or first place here. At least it put me in a better position for when I go into the last race. Dang, I don't think I'm gonna catch up. Well, that's okay. Just means I have to work a little harder in the final race. And I did get first in the first race, so I didn't lose too much there. Alright, tied at 36, so this final race really is all the marbles. I pretty much have to kind of put it all on the line and give it my all, because even slipping up to second might cause me to lose the entire tournament, entire championship. Where is just a race indicator? Ah, there you are. Alright, one more. This will probably be the last one then. And I was hoping we would maybe revisit the Rally Adventure location, but given with how volatile Forza Horizon 5 seems to be at this point, maybe I don't wanna risk it. And we have been going for a while already, so we did get a pretty good look at one last look at Forza Horizon 5. So yeah. So all things considered, pretty good. Yeah, hopefully it'll hold up for this sprint. It's running decently well on my end, so hopefully things will stay together. I did decrease the output resolution, so hopefully that will also make it easier for the stream to hold, at least. Alright, I need to make sure I at least stay ahead of Racer E, because they're the one that's like tied up to me, so if they stay ahead of me, they will definitely get more points to me, and they will definitely beat me in the championship, but if I stay ahead of them, then I can stay ahead of them. You got this. Thanks. Think I will be okay. There we go. Good 7/10 of the race to go, and we're already neck and neck with first place here. Just need to at least keep pace. Ah, there we go. The pull ahead. I got the breakthrough. Now I just have to hope the stream holds together before I get to the end here. Or at least until I get to the end here. Alright. Hairpin's my greatest enemy. I always just like holding accelerate, and those kinds of turns require me to stop holding accelerate. I'm like, oh man, tell me I actually got a break. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff this game requires, so you just gotta adjust, right? We're nearing the end here, so I think we'll be able to pull it off. I think we'll be able to close out this championship, take the crown, get our 5 points, and go. We'll finish it off with one last drift into the finish line here. Yeah. Let's go. Beaten by 4 points. Another car for the garage that I'm just going to give away later. Alright, well. Do I want to... It has been holding together for... 5 minutes? Let's see, what else do I need to do? Maybe it's just like, Hot Wheels Park itself. Hey, look at that. Enough points to claim the exclusive car, at least. Rally Adventure will not take very long. Hey, you know what? Let's do it. Let's just travel to the outpost and see how things go. If the stream crashes again, maybe I'll just call it. But if not, we can at least close it off with one last look at this place here. I guess my model's not choppy anymore, so maybe things should be okay now, right? Okay, it's a little bit more choppy now, but... Oh, yeah, there we go. We attempted to add one or more new cars to your garage, but there is not enough room. Please clear some space for new cars, right? I'll do that later. Alright. What do I need to do here? Oh, wow, there's actually... Oh, I see. This is an open. Okay, so Devil's Pass Drift Zone. 15,000 points. I think I can get that score. Just need to once again swap to my Hoonigan. Oh, I forgot to check what class it required. I assume it's S2. All these PR stunt festival playlist things have required S2. Okay, things still seem to be okay. Just to make sure though. Yeah, S2. The target was 115,000 points. this song. It's a song that like plays like at the intro of the Forza Horizon 5 when you're driving the AMG 1 to the festival site. Definitely really perfect way to set the mood. It's like, yeah. Here's the cover car making their way there. Oh man, the superstar's in it too. Things are about to pop off now. Okay. 40,000 points to go. Ah, man. Okay. Oof, and we're nearing the end, though. Well, if I can't get this drift zone, maybe I'll just... Look. Well, there goes that. I think... Rewinding... Oh, okay. No, it doesn't automatically fail you. Huh, I thought it would have. Ugh. 115,000 points. Feels like a Herculean request. And maybe this rewind will fail me out. No, it doesn't. How puzzling. Oh, there's the fail out. Of course, because I reversed. Oh, maybe if I did it from... Maybe I did it on this top going down. Maybe that would change things. Oh man. Try that again. Still need like 50,000 points. Now I'm rapidly running out of track. Ah! Alright, you know what? I'll do that one later. Let's just get to the championship. Nope. Didn't want the world map. Just a start point for that. Nice thing about starting these festival playlists early. I still have 4 days to do it, so you know I don't have to do it all today. If I want to perhaps take a break, do some of it later, I can totally do that. Thankfully, all the races in Rally Adventure are sprint races, so there's no circuit things or anything to worry about here. And we'll do this one. Good old K-On! You believe that series, right? The anime, I want to say it's like more than 10 years old now, if not 10 years old. It's close to it, if not over. But yeah. I've definitely seen a lot of that happen more often, where, you know, someone brings up this thing, it's like, oh man, yeah, that was a classic, that's such an old series. Like, man, what are you talking about? The old series, it only came out in like the mid-2000s. Oh. Yeah, man, it's been that long, right? You know, I go here talking about fond memories of Lucky Star, I'm like, oh geez, you tell me it's been more than a decade since the anime came out? Holy cow. I remember that being like the talk of the town when it first came out. Whew. Or, you know, someone goes like, yeah, man, let's listen to some dad rock. You know, they just bring up something like Foo Fighters, like, oh man, I remember listening to this band when I was a kid and really digging it, and now it's part of the old people's crowd, or at least the older people's crowd. Or, you could probably think of other things that are in that category too. Right, even something like fidget spinners. Someone tells you, "Oh yeah, that was like 5 years ago, right?" And then you think about it's like, "Oh geez, it really has been about 5 years ago, hasn't it?" Oh, I remember when those were all the rage, right? You just go out into the store and you see like a whole shelf filled with fidget spinners. They're still, they're still around. Definitely not as big of a craze as they were back in the day. Alright, thankfully it seems to be still holding up, so I think I can wrap up this championship here. Funny enough, I haven't owned a fidget spinner before. I think the only fidget spinner I got was only because it was like a part of a con giveaway. Other than that, I never really sought out to buy a fidget spinner on my own. I have to admit, I think fidget spinners might have been my first official old person moment trademark. So I think one of my cousins was like super big into it, and she was like, "Yeah, man, these things are so cool," and she's like just sitting there and spinning it. I remember just looking at it and thinking, "Huh." So that's what they're into now, huh? Right? I just remember just thinking, "Wow." I can't see myself getting into them, but if other people got into them, that's pretty cool. I mean, most older folk have experienced something like that, where they kind of just like realized, oh yeah, this was just a sign of our times, and a sign that there are new times in now, right? Alright, close to the end here. Sure I don't mess up. Boom, alright. Race 1 in the bag, managed to get 20 points out of it, so we're in pretty good spot. Pretty good spot for now. If we get first and second race, we should also be in a better spot. GG, thank you. Thank you.
Turn around.
Hey, look at that. Next race pretty close by. You just drive there. And fast travel. We'll just take a cruise. Maybe run over anything we see along the way. Oop. Ran into things there. Let's see. Go. Oro Grande. They're all going to be nighttime races. There's two people on top of the trailer park just like really cheering on because they get pretty much like front seats to the big event, right? Look at them celebrating there. They're like, oh man, so excited to see them go off. It actually reminds me of back on when I watched fireworks shows as a kid with the family. What we would do is like just climb on our roof and just watch the fireworks show from afar. I mean, it didn't make too much of a difference because it was like in public and it was free. We didn't have to pay them money to go into it. But I guess the advantage of it is that we got to do it in the comfort of our own home, away from the crowds. Got to have our own food there too. Didn't have to worry about buying food or anything like that because parents were like very frugal. They would avoid paying money for things if they could. But yeah, it was a nice low key way, right? Also, being far away from the fireworks is nice too, because you know, don't have the loud, deafening booms right close by to kind of mess you up. We did wear earplugs regardless, so yeah, we were keeping that in mind. So, but still, being far away, being able to sit on our roof and watch the show was pretty nice. Man, gotta dig the stuff they're actually able to do with drones now. Like, you see a lot of I've seen a lot of the drone light shows where they kind of have the drones fly off in different formations and make different sorts of shapes in the sky. It's like pretty cool. It's got to take a lot of work to be able to, you know, coordinate all the drones, make sure they fly at the same spot, you know, that they don't fly into each other, and get yourself to the next position in a timely manner. It's even better if they manage to like give it motion, make it look like it's like doing something, give it some animation. That takes some real work there. Has anyone like seen a drone show, whether it be like in, you know, real life or like on a TV or anything like that? Always a sight to behold. Hey, we're in the last 10% of the race here. Haven't seen a drone show before. Ah, they're pretty cool. If you manage to catch one, you definitely be amazed by it. Oh, it gets even better if they have like drones to have like different colored lights. That's where it gets real crazy. Ah, never even heard of them. Ah, they're pretty neat. There's both a technical and a visual marvel. One more. Oh, there you are. Okay, I think I will fast travel here. And went and crashed on me. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do this last one, and then I was gonna end after this last one anyway, so kind of works out. Oh boy, piecing together all these videos in post is gonna be fun. Yeah, I think that's like one of the things I plan to do for coming into this new year here, just like start up a whole VODs channel, because I've actually been pretty fortuitous in just saving all the streams I've been doing, just downloading them and saving them to a hard drive, so at least got them in a spot where I can upload them onto YouTube if I want to. I know Twitch does have like an export Twitch stream to YouTube function, so I'll probably take advantage of that too to export all my current streams, at least. I have a pretty sizable backlog, that's for sure. Alright, so it looks like now, at least it doesn't seem like I can run Forza and Streamlabs together for even more than 20 minutes now without one or the other throwing a fit, so should be enough time to wrap up this race, and then maybe we'll put a bow on the stream from here. Oops. I should probably take that curve a bit more slowly so I can not just smack headlong into the barrier there. I'm like pretty far ahead from the other racers, so I can afford to slow down a little bit here. Alright. Whew, that was pretty clean. Cleaner than I usually do. That's what you can achieve when your entire strategy towards a problem isn't just do thing over and over until you brute force your way through. That's probably a lesson I could take to heart more. Alright, 15% to go. We're nearing the end. Boom, just like that. I like how good number of the rally tracks end with you in the air. It's only fitting. Well, just like that. A clean sweep. Gets us our first place. Get our Mexican race suit. Wonder if they have like suits from other countries as well. Or from all the big racing nations, at least. Alright, well. Has been a nice revisit to Forza Horizon 5. Got to at least check out all the locales again and the DLC and do a few things in here. It's a great way to kind of wind down, right? Alright. I think it's saved, so probably good to just exit here. Yeah. Alright. Well. Let me go ahead and back the party music. So yeah, there we go. This has been a pretty good long stream of greatest hits from games I liked. Ah, man. Still kind of wild. I've been doing this for a whole year. Just crazy where I am too. It's like, man, when I started I had like maybe 9 followers from just random other stuff, and here I am. A year later I got like almost 90. And set up a Twitter account. I have a YouTube account. I got Instagram as well. Got a decent following on those platforms as well. And hey, as the old saying goes, it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? You gotta, if you want to get into it, you kind of gotta get into it for the long run. You gotta stick it out there. So yeah, I think I'm gonna continue sticking it out, right? Because I got my feet wet and I think I enjoy this. So I got some. I'm probably gonna put some plans into motion, see if I can try to spread out further from here. So yeah, you got this. Thanks. It's a very enjoyable stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, thanks to everyone who came and chatted, hung out, however long you did. Yeah. Alright, well, that's been 6 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it here. Gonna go get some food to eat. Yeah. Thanks for everyone. Thank you everyone for all of your support and all of your encouragement. Thank you for the stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So yeah, alright, since I streamed on Saturday today, I'll be taking off on Sunday just to rest up, and then, as usual, I'll have new schedule on Monday, and the next stream will be on Wednesday as usual. It'll be a racing game. Don't know what yet, but I'll at least have that decided by Monday. So yeah, thanks. Thank you, everyone. All right, I'm gonna look for someone to raid now. I normally don't raid at this hour. Most of my streams are like late at night, so I have a different set of people I usually raid into. But we'll see. See who's on now. Can I hop off too? Yeah. Unsurprisingly, a lot of Tears of the Kingdom. Also, a little bit of Genshin Impact. I think there was like a new version showcase stream they did not too long ago. I think it was like just this morning, if not the day before. So, imagine that got people excited to get back into that. Still a lot of Honkai Star Rail. Still fresh, I imagine. Still stuff to experience there. See who's on our other list real quick. I think I might have someone in mind, but I'm at least consider all my options before I pick someone. Okay. Alright. I think I have made my decision. Yeah, we are gonna raid into a Tears of the Kingdom stream, so, you know. Another good way to kick back and relax, because, you know, being able to explore Hyrule Kingdom, as if you might have noticed from the Breath of the Wild stuff, yeah, it's a pretty good game. This seems to be along the same route, so... Chris Boy 01, they are playing Tears of the Kingdom right now. So, trying to think, what would the raid message be? I guess if you want to join in on the raid. Give him like a Okay, I still got some time. What do I want to say? Well, might as well go with the topic, right? Just give him a streamaversary raid if you're joining in, and if you're not, have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next on Wednesday. All right, have a good one.